pledge allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Heavenly Father, we just ask you to watch over this meeting today, help us to make good decisions for our county and for the citizens of this county. In Jesus' name, amen.
I now call the June 10th meeting of the Linn County Commission to order. Are there any additions or corrections to the minutes? If not, I'll make a motion to approve them as presented.
I'll second it.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the minutes as presented. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, motion carries.
Make a motion that we approve the claims in the amount of $291,920.81.
I'll second that motion. It's been moved and seconded to approve the claims in the amount of $291,920.81. Is there any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, motion carries. No ads and debates today. Okay. Does anybody have anything that they want to add to the agenda for today? If not, is there a motion to approve the agenda as presented?
Why are we doing this?
Just a parliamentary procedure thing, Jim.
Okay.
Should keep us on the agenda, keep us on track. Do you have an issue with it or? Okay.
Is there anything else that we need to do? We just need to take a class on how to run a meeting? Or what? I mean, it seems like each week we're coming in with something different.
Okay.
I mean, last week we find out that the chair gets to make the decision on if department heads come in, and now we're doing this. So is there anything else?
Nope.
All right.
All right, I'll make a motion that we approve of the agenda. Is there a second?
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the agenda. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, motion carries. AMR, Dawn?
Just a minute, because due to recent events that's happened, I make a motion that we remove Jason as the chair of the Board of County Commissioners. I'd like to replace him with Danny for the remainder of the year.
Okay. Is
That's my motion.
there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to remove Jason as chair and replace him with Danny for the remainder of the year for the commission. Is there any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Aye. Motion carries. Okay. All right, man, you want to switch seats or?
No, you're good. Where we got AMR coming up?
Good morning. I sent my report electronically, so I think you all should have that. I didn't bring physical copies, so I'll read off what I have. The calls are from June 1st to June 7th. There were 2 calls in Blue Mound, 1 transport. 4 calls in Lacine, 3 transports, 1 call in Valley, 0 transports, 13 calls Mound City, 8 transports, 1 call in Parker, 0 transports, 9 calls in Pleasanton, 5 transports, 1 call in Prescott, 1 transport, for a total of 31 calls and 18 transports. Any questions for me?
I don't know.
Thank you, Don.
Thank you.
Randy?
Good morning, Commissioners. Randy Hagwald, Linn County Rural Fire Emergency Preparedness. I sent out this week's call totals. We had 10 calls this week, bringing our yearly total up to 266. I'd like permission to hire Stephanie Watts to Station 920, which is the Pleasanton station. That would put us at 18 out of 22 on the roster. Hire her as a probationary firefighter pending pre-employment exams.
I'll make that motion.
I'll second it.
Motion been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
A couple weeks ago, we had the Kansas Department of Wildlife and Parks come up and do a venomous organisms of eastern Kansas. We had really good attendance on that, but we've also had a lot of feedback wanting that again. So we will be scheduling another one of those probably in the fall, just to get the information out there. I know there's a lot of people that couldn't attend that wanted to because of the date change from the week before. So we will be scheduling another one of those. David sent out the information about a used fire truck off of Brindley Mountain. It's in Minnesota. I wanted to get your guys' thoughts on that truck, whether we wanted to pursue it or go up and look at it. My reserve on it is we've bought some other trucks from up north, and after we had them a couple years, we did find out that there was some salt damage from being up north. That was my only concern with this truck. Other than that, it seems like a good truck. I've received the maintenance records from that fire department, and pump testing, everything checks out fine on it. I'm just worried about if there is rust issues or anything like that. So I want to get your guys' thoughts on looking at it prior to purchasing or moving forward on it. So
This is the same one you were trying to replace here a few months ago that you got outbid on, or whatever the case was?
no, that was an engine. This is actually a tender. We have 2 tenders, and they're actually on our replacement list as the first ones to be replaced. It's the Mound City and Lacine. The Mound City is in the worst condition out of the 2 tenders. The tank is currently leaking on it. So that's why we're looking at replacing the tender. That engine that I brought up earlier in the year about that we were bidding on, that was just a good deal if we got it cheap enough to replace the next truck and after we get these tenders replaced. This one's a 2001. It's an older truck, but we don't have DEF. The DEF is what's given our problems on the newer trucks because of the setting. Just for information, our busiest tender in the county is a 2010 model. It has 17,000 miles on it. So we don't put a lot of miles on it. So even an older truck, I think we'd get a lot of use out of it. This one's sitting at 24,000 miles. So
Is there an opportunity to buy, do you think there's an opportunity to buy more that's not in the northern countries or where the salt would?
I've been watching and I haven't been getting any like down in the Southwest. I've been trying to catch, there's one down there that's a little bit bigger than what we run, but doesn't have the dumps on it where we can dump into a porta tank if needed. And it's a nice truck. It just lacking those dumps, and to go in and retrofit them would be expensive. So this one's setting at, they're asking 150 for it. Compare that to a new one, they're setting at about 480, and they're 2 years out. So for what we do and what we use them for, I think a used truck, we'd get a lot of use out of it. This has a poly tank, so we don't have to worry about tanks rusting out on it or anything like that. So
Approximately, what does it cost to go up and look at it? I mean,
it'd just be drive time, fuel.
how far? I mean,
It's a 7-hour drive. I looked at it. It's sets just southeast of the St. Paul, Minneapolis metro area, the town that has it now. So
So is this going up for auction or what's?
no, this is actually a broker website, this Brindley Mountain that seen it on. They have trucks all over the United States. So it's just an independent fire department trying to sell it. A lot of fire departments do that versus like the Purple Wave or something like that. So if we had one, we could contact them. They put the information out there for all of the fire departments to see. So I know the county has bought some from Brindley Mountain in the past, some engines. So
When you go up there, you're going to try to purchase it or what? I mean, you're just looking at it.
that would be just to look at it. Unless we had the permission, once we seen it, we could go ahead and pull the trigger on it. I think that's up to you guys. But like I said, that's my only reserve is getting up there and seeing it and say, hey, yeah, it's rusted underneath. Pictures just, sometimes it's hard to see some of that rust stuff. So
What do you guys think?
I don't have a problem with going looking at it if it saves us some money.
I don't either.
I'm good with that.
I think I'm looking at probably trying to go up Friday and try to drive up and back Friday, if not get back late Saturday. So I'll have a report for you come Monday. So that's all I have unless you guys have anything.
I don't have anything.
I don't know. Thanks.
All right. Thank you. Thank you. Have a good week.
Who else we got? Jessica?
So you've got the sheriff's report too, whenever you're ready for it.
Good morning, Jessica Hightower, Economic Development. The Economic Development Committee met last week. They have established the Historical Subcommittee. Russell Pope from District 1, Josh Baldwin from District 2, and Jennifer Leach Harlow from District 3 will serve as that subcommittee from the Economic Development Committee, in addition to the members from the museums. I need to know how you want to handle the budgeting. Do you want to set the cap and then have the committee recommend how to distribute that? Or what do you guys see that looking like?
My thoughts on it were that you guys would present a budget just the same as anybody else does based off of the needs
Okay,
from the different historical societies that
Okay.
the committee feels is a fair budget, and then we would make our determinations off of that.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't even know where we're going to start on. I think that one's going to take a little extra work just because we don't know where the 40,000 we've been given them come from.
right,
We don't know what the equation was. We don't know anything really. So
okay,
I just think it's going to take them to a little extra work. Maybe, I don't know.
okay.
To present to us what they want.
And then we decide.
Okay, we can do it that way. I'm going to create a questionnaire form and then send that to the museums along with the invitation for the first meeting, which will be the second Tuesday in July. I have a neighborhood revitalization application for you to look at. It should be in your packets. This one was approved by the Economic Development Committee last week. It is for a single-family residence that will be a rental. They are remodeling it, so if approved, they will receive 100% rebate on the increase of property taxes as long as the increase in the appraised valuation is $20,000 at least for 5 years.
You just have to increase the evaluation 20,000.
Yes.
Where's this located? Did you say?
This is in Pleasanton, on Tucker Road.
And how did they become eligible to do this?
We established last year the neighborhood revitalization program for the county. The entire county is our area. So I guess that's why they're eligible to apply.
And what's the point of the program? The point is,
The point of the program is to increase the housing stock in the county. The housing study that we completed last year indicated that we are lacking in housing. And so this is the exact kind of program that this, or the exact kind of, property rental that this program is designed to encourage.
This is the one where you brought in that lady from that other organization? No, it wasn't. It
No,
wasn't that
that
one?
was a grant. We haven't had anyone submit pro formas for that one, so we're not, as of right now, we don't have any applications for that grant.
Okay.
That was a different program. And this would just be a rebate on the county portion of the property taxes because we don't have jurisdiction on the others.
And right now you're just wanting to accept an application from them or what? Or you're wanting to improve it or?
This needs approved or denied by the commissioners to move on to the next step. So the next steps would be the owner, when the rehab is completed, then the owner has a little form to fill out to alert the county that they're completed, and then someone will go out and reappraise the home. If it meets the minimum appraisal, then it would be finally approved, and if it does not, then it would not be approved.
And you're just asking for the abatement of the raise in the valuation.
Yes. And again, it's not the entire tax bill, it's just the difference.
Just the county portion.
The difference in the county portion, yes.
Okay. For the 20,000 or whatever.
Or more, yeah,
Yeah.
whatever the difference is.
Jason, any thoughts on it?
I'll make a motion that we enter into our neighborhood revitalization property tax rebate program with BCM Enterprises.
So they won't know if they get the the abatement until after, you said?
Correct.
I'll second. Motion been moved, second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I need the chair's signature. We were also able to award our first housing mini grant to Precision Painting. They were awarded a Paint Linn County grant, which is up to $500. After they submit the application, the grant is approved. They do the work, and then they submit receipts and pictures of the completed project, and then we reimburse up to $500. The supplies have to be purchased in Linn County. Next, I have, we would like to start a new program, Linn County Business Spotlight. We've got applications set up. We're going to start doing Facebook posts for local businesses. They fill out a bio, any upcoming special events they have. And we've set a budget of $50 per month for advertising these posts. And we just would like to see how it goes from there. And that I've got enough in my budget to cover that. Would we have to, I don't know if we'd have to have a motion to have that new program or not. Okay.
Hold on, you're just gonna be, say that again? You're gonna do what now? Just like a marketing tool for the businesses?
Yep. Any business in Linn County can fill it out and then turn it back into me, and we will do a Facebook post with their information. And we can, we're gonna do up to $50 a month for ads on those posts.
Is there a limit on how many we're doing of this?
Nope.
Just
$50 a month, that's our limit for the budgeting, but we can, we didn't put any limits on.
$150 or for each business or just
$50 a month.
for each business or?
No,
just one?
$50.
Okay. Okay. I'm okay with that.
Okay. And then I need a 10-minute executive session whenever you have time for trade secrets.
Where are we at on the airport?
We have what?
The airport? I was asking her, like with the committee and all that.
There were a couple questions that Mark was still looking at.
Questions about exemption from taxes.
Yep.
Oh, okay.
Still working. Something else you asked?
Oh, I seen, didn't we get an email about some lights?
Well, we don't have, yeah, that's the second track, but that was going to go on with exemption from taxes because it costs more money. You either extend the runway, put in the lights, or you try to sell the lights, the package, the actual install.
All right.
The state did tell us that we can't sell those lights. We could give them to another airport within Kansas who receives CAPE funding, but because they were purchased with grant funding, they don't want us to sell them. And KDOT is trying to find another airport that can use them.
I don't have anything else.
Okay. Thank you.
John?
Morning, Sean West, Public Works Administrator. In reference to the Pleasanton compactor, I contacted Midwest and gave them the hours of operation and a summary of what we thought the issues might be with that. And it's very similar to what we did in Parker and Prescott. So the technician is going to call me back and schedule a time to be over there as soon as he possibly can fit it in around the work schedule over there. A couple of these items are holdovers. We had questions about the Parker Senior Center and the maintenance costs on it.
Hold on, where are we at with the trash compactors and the agreements with the cities and talking to them? Anybody have any clue?
We're going to set up cities to meet with them, like, we're meeting with him, and then we're going to set up cities to make plans.
Now, is the ground that all those on owned by the county or the city?
City.
City owns them all wherever they're at. Okay.
When do you think, how long do you think that'll take to get all that done?
Next couple of weeks. Let's look at the city, because they'll be taking on new obligations. Costs. Assume the permitting and all that. To pick up the trash and then leave the container. But all the other costs are shipping to the cities and don't tell them exactly how much they're have to pay inspections, right? Or do they already know?
They would have to be informed of the cost of all of that.
Yes. That's kind of, did they know already?
I'm not aware of any meetings with them over that, no.
Okay. That would need to occur first, is tell them what it's gonna cost, so that when they get this contract, they can say, okay.
Well, this is like, been going on for over, what, 2 years almost? A year and a half? I think it's time we get something done on it. We brought them all in here and we asked them to give us their opinions on the trash compactor. Not one person reached out to us and gave us any opinions on the trash compactor that day. I just feel like that it's time to move forward with it. It's been plenty of time. I know a lot of them's watched the meetings. We've talked about it every week. I think it's time to move on. So as soon as we get something done, better, I think. What do you guys think?
We'll make it a priority.
I'm still not looking to push added things off. I want the agreements to work for both the county and the city. And I want to make sure that we're doing things that are going to allow for county residents to be able to dump at the sites.
I do feel that we're dumping something on the cities myself that is a countywide operation. I'm in the country and I can still go dump there. So I live in the country. So how can we force it upon the cities really to be in charge of it?
I mean, I don't care either way how we do it. I just want to get some kind of agreement with them and get moving forward on it. I mean,
You want an agreement countywide with everybody, the same
Yeah.
thing's what you're wanting, right, Danny?
yeah, I think the
And
last.
and I could see that, but I don't think we can be just up and dump on the cities myself of telling them, to take care of the permitting and the different things, because if it is our operation and our equipment, they're supplying the manpower.
If you guys think we're doing it right, I mean, that's fine with me. I just want to get
But
something.
we could, I agree that we should have a contract that goes countywide to everybody that what we're doing, and we do the same thing every
Well,
place.
this is an important component of it, which is the cities are going to assume every responsibility except pickup of trash in the container. So if you can't, if you can't get agreement here, you need to tell me, because that's in the language of the contract.
So Sean, I mean, there's been a few problems where you ran into locations just kind of doing as they please and it falling back on you, correct? Is that, had you had a few of those?
To some degree, there have been some misunderstandings about the permitting and what's allowed with the permitting, and also on the inspections, the cleanliness and the things that are kept on site and how they are stored. That's why our concern about the permitting. Now, as far as who pays for what, who makes what accommodations for employees or for electrical bills or phones or whatever at the site, that is not, to me, as important on our end as who is in control of the site. If we pay for all the operations and we change nothing about the operations other than the permitting, and giving the cities control of operational times and changing those things and posting those, also giving them the responsibility of going through the inspection and knowing what we're being held accountable for, because at this point, any violation against the license is a violation to the county. And we have little or no control of the site. So the biggest ask that we're looking at is handing the permitting over, and the permitting for us on these licenses are $500 a year.
So could we just pay that for the cities? Would you guys, I mean, how would you guys feel about that? We pay for the licensing, let them hold it, but we continue operations, everything like we're doing it.
If they choose to take it. I mean, it's something that's, I guess we got to negotiate with them somehow, because they don't have to take it, I guess. It's, but I would say if we're in charge of it, could we not tell them that this is what they have to do as far as what's being stored there and things with their employees?
Well, it's all a negotiation, and you are presenting to them what Sean's asking for, which is you run the facility, you run it and you maintain it, you pick the hours, you pick the person that's going to be there to meet residents when they drop things off. Also, there is the requirement to pick up the garbage that someone throws there when it's closed. And that's primarily, I think, what Sean's bringing up is that there are people that are abusing these facilities, and the county has two problems. One, they don't have any control over the facility because it's city run. And two, they get hit and penalized by the state every time there's an inspection and they find it's not up to their code. So the question back to this board is, what do you want to negotiate with them? Do you want us to continue the status quo, which is the county pays the 500, they take the hits. Not only do they pay it, but they also are listed as who is responsible for the compactor operation, even though the county has no people, no visibility, no transparency at all on what's going on there. It's kind of your call. Do you want to push it down to the city because they run it now, but it's kind of uneven. To a great extent, they do it correctly all the time and they clean up all the time. There are instances, both in the HOAs and in the cities, where they're not. And the county's getting dinged for it. So
Can we
that's
hold them liable for that somehow? Can it be in there stated that if that happens? that it's-
absolutely, but that's up to you. That's what you're negotiating the contract. So before we send it out to them and hold them to it, I guess we could put in a penalty provision that says if the county does its own inspection and finds there's a problem, we're gonna come back to you.
Or if they're in violation when it is inspected, it's their,
Well, that's kind of what Sean's going for, is give the permits to them so that when they get inspected, they're the ones that take the hit. Now, separate from that's that $500. If the county wants to be generous and give it to the cities, that sort of takes care of that problem.
So they would just get somebody that was accountable at each site that worked for the city or whatever, however they wanted to do it. Their
Yes, sir.
contact person that the
Yes.
state would contact under their name.
Well, yeah, the contact person might, but the city's responsible. They took out the permit for the compactor. That's what this plan is. Shift it off the county. We're still going to be there, pick it up and deliver a container for them. It's just that since the county doesn't have on-site people in these 8 or 10 facilities, how about let the people that,
so you're saying if we pay it and then give it to them, make them get it in their name, and then they're responsible for any violations with.
that's one solution. So if you're comfortable with
And
that,
nothing else changes.
nothing else changes. It's status quo now. The city runs it, or the HOA runs it, and their own kind of deal. But if you think the $500 is too much to ask for some of these cities, then obviously you can appropriate that money yourself. But what Public Works and County is asking is get this monkey off their back.
I mean, I'd be okay with them taking the permitting and us paying for it. So that'd really be the only thing that changed.
And I'm good with that too. I mean, and that gives it, I don't dump it on them that it's actually a countywide trash, but we'll pay for the permit, but put it in their name.
So we couldn't maybe do it today, but if you're in agreement, then we can craft a resolution that maybe plugs in the budget amount for 8 or 10 annual permits. And that would be the county's, one of like 3 involvements for the county. One is to pay the permits, reimburse the cities for the permits is basically what it is. Second is to provide the containers. And third is provide the removal of, the emptying of the containers at periodic times. But everything else is city and HOA. They're the ones that take the permit out, get a reimbursement from the county. It's just a budget line item for the county, and it's a one less burden on Public Works.
What we pay them each month it's not the same. So can we set that? Do we need to set it the same for each location?
So I think the history on that back from a long time ago was based to some extent on how many days and hours it was open. So some cities were getting more than others because they were open more days.
So we could base it off of the hours of operation.
I mean, at this point, I think you could have a proposal to base it on any logical thing you could find.
So are we all in agreement on it and we can move forward? Or what do you think, Jason? Jim?
I'm in agreement. We could set that off of what we pay them by the hours of operation to have it open. You know, so just to put a dollar figure, if you have it open 20 hours or 40 hours and base it off the hours of operation you have of the monthly fee we're giving them.
I'm good with that.
Okay, we'll craft a resolution and maybe bring it back next week or what have you to do that. And then that would be incorporated into the contract that's finally resolved, put together and then sent to the cities and the
And then
agent.
they could have it wherever they want to put their trash compactor, as long as they have the permit for it.
Yes,
We'll pay for the permit,
yes.
but it's their permit.
And their responsibility to clean up their messes, yeah.
You good with that, Sean?
Yes, and we can provide, to get the permit, we can provide the documents and other things and assist them with the process. We've got that information. We've done it for a number of years for their site. So it's not like we can't give them the outline.
So you'll just kind of continue to act like the competent person for that operation, pretty much, if they have questions.
We've got manuals for them. We've got information and contacts.
Okay. All right. Well, good. All right, go ahead.
Okay, the next was,
Can I jump in for just a second? You mentioned the Parker Center the costs. I ran a general ledger out of the elderly department. I really didn't find a lot that we're spending up there. In the contractual expenses, we're paying for mowing, and it looks like it's running around $170 a month, which is mowing basically every week by what this looks like. Utilities, we've got an Evergy bill that, depending on which month you look at, is running from about $40 to $85 a month. You've got water bills with the city of Parker that's typically running just over $30 a month. And the insurance on that building that we pay at the first of the year, this year was $446. Other than that, I didn't find much looking through here that was identifiable to that senior center as opposed to others. There's a bunch of items, small items in the commodities line items that are, I mean, some of it's plumbing, some of it's heating and cooling, but without digging out actual invoices, I couldn't tell looking at the ledger which center a lot of that was for. So.
And we don't know how often it's rented out because Parker does that, right?
I'm not really sure. I don't deal with that side of it, and it wouldn't be in the accounts payable side, so I don't really have anything on that. Now, there is income that we get from renting senior centers. But again, the detail that I get in this doesn't say what center it's on. That would probably be something either through Public Works or through the treasurer that we might have some more information on. Trying to get down to that spot in the income line figure. Now, we have a category in our general ledger that says elderly rent. And when I look at that, so far this year, it looks like we brought in $835, but I don't have any detail as to what center that's for.
What do we use the building for? Just elections now? I mean, is that, as far as the county itself, besides the,
That's the only thing I'm using it for, which is basically a couple of times a year on most years. I know that center, just from what I've seen being up there, seems to be rented out quite a bit. So I'm guessing a lot of that is for it, but it's not very much at a time. I'm not aware of any other county use we have for it right now, unless we were just wanting to have a meeting in that area for something that would be available.
Do you guys see a need to keep it, or what are you guys thinking? Should we, I mean, do you think Parker would be open to a donation of the building, take it over? Or what do you guys, I mean, what are you guys thinking on it?
Or we could table it for a couple of weeks and let people, if they want to talk about it, that they can get in touch with us and give us some ideas of what, if the community's interested, what their thoughts are.
If you'd like, I can reach out to the city and find out if they have any suggestions as far as maintaining part of the rental fee for their cleaning
And if
services
they would be
or
interested
something.
in
If we
the,
split it somehow, if they have a recommendation for us.
Yep, that'll work for me.
I'm good with that.
Copy of our burial permit with some recommendations for review was sent to Mark. It'll take a little bit to look at that, but we discussed that last week about the possibility of accountability. And I know Commissioner McCullough has reached out to Lantel to try to resolve some issues with them. The MOA from QuickCom needs to be signed if accepted, and Mark should have both copies.
I got one copy, but I don't have the copy that was redlined because that came up in the board meeting a number of times. And for some reason, I'm not seeing what used to be and then what this current one is, why they did it. And see, this all comes together with the burial permits, and I kind of need all that information. The redline version from whoever.
Do you know off the top of your head what was changed in that? You were gone that week when we talked about it.
Yeah. I do not know. And I will reach out to you this week and we'll get that figured out for next week.
That'd be helpful. They're the same. Okay. Then I can, okay, if that's the case.
the email I remember was that there were some minor changes. is
Yes,
what the
I know.
email
That's
said,
what
so.
the email said. That's why I'm a little confused about that.
As far as the Evergy one, did you guys see that email I included you guys in with that contact? I don't think he ever emailed back.
No, I didn't see anything at
I
least.
didn't get anything either.
I got a phone call, received a phone call from Blue Mountain City last night, and their quick comms inland wanting to put the wires in and bury them in their city, and they don't really like that, but they don't really have an agreement with them. They just wanted to let me know that quick comms wanting to come in there and just go to digging in their city, and that they have some issues is what they're telling me with QuickCom.
Probably need to get more facts on that too, so
The mayor called me last night.
feel free to share that, because I think somebody needs to sit down with QuickCom and figure out why they're burying things in ditches and things like that and in the middle of the roads.
I'm not in agreement of what we're doing with it. I mean, when they came last time, I wasn't in agreement, and I'm not going to be now, because of what we've got boxes in the ditches for different places, and it's a nightmare for us 30 years down the road when none of us are sitting here, and we cut it. Who's going to be liable for what happens? I don't like what we're setting ourselves up for.
I agree.
Should we just bring them back in and ask them what about the new MOA that they sent? What's going on?
I think that's what it's going to take. Have them present to the board and say, okay, just to clarify this confusion. You say you made minor changes. The ones we have, they're almost identical. And oh, by the way, bring up your questions.
And moving forward from this, I think we ought to, when we do something like this, there's contractors sitting on our blacktop roads, maybe have flashing lights on a truck, digging in the ditch, no warnings, no signs down the road that this has happened. You pop up over the hill and there'll be a truck sitting in the middle of the road on a blacktop road. the people that are laying the line, there is no safety involved in what we're doing. I seen one 2 weekends ago, 5 feet from the road, and rocks all sitting there. No orange cones, nothing through the weekends. They left it. They got done, pulled up, and there was no orange barricade or anything to let you know that that was in the road ditch. And that's on a 1700 road up there.
Who's supposed to enforce those kind of things? Is that
I
a
don't
law
know. I'm
enforcement?
just saying, moving forward, when we
Yeah.
do a contract, again,
Oh, yeah.
we need to cover our bases on what's
Sure.
happening.
Okay. I don't know all the players. I know Quickcom. Does Lantel need to be brought in as well since they sub to Quickcom, or?
Probably so.
Lantel's the,
Contractor.
they're the
They're the
contractor
contractor
both
for most of
projects,
it.
for Quickcom and for the Evergy.
Mm-hmm.
So and we are having issues with both of them.
So bring them both in and just set out your expectations. That's kind of the key. Because if you're going to negotiate a contract, tell them what you want and have them revise this so that you got yourself covered. I'll certainly tell them.
QuickCom's project is our grant, our ARPA funds that
Yeah,
you guys gave them.
they're spending our $600,000 doing this.
Well, yeah, there's something wrong with the contract if they're volunteering to fix any bad burials they have. They kind of need to put it in the right place. They need to make the one call, put it in the right place. If they need to gently put it next to water or whatever.
Well, our contract stated to put it in the right place. And then they came back in and then we allowed it to happen.
Yeah.
What's happened, to move it forward, and they're in the road, and they're in the road ditch.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the wisdom of that was. Do you recall what the reason for that was? Sean or the board? Let them go ahead and dig in the middle of the road? Because
Well,
of rock or what?
On one occasion, they came in and got approval to dig down the roadway and bury because of a rock ledge. But as far as their placement of the other lines, the contractor was not placing them as our burial permit instructs towards the outside, away from the roadway at the depths required. So when they were brought in, their offer was to waive off
Which is why we have the memorandum of understanding.
their offer was to waive off any fees for us striking their lines that were buried improperly.
Which is why we set the memorandum of understanding. It was a 2-1 vote. Danny and I voted for it to do the memorandum of understanding. Jim voted against it.
But did it state where we was allowing it, or did it
Well, it's all
state?
good. It's all good to do that. Are you changing your mind now? Because the circumstances have changed. They sort of proceeded under the assumption that the MOA was going to be written, and I think they've been doing it. Are you happy with the results, or you want to change your mind? Because
I'm not changing my
the
mind. I know where my vote
agreement
is.
hadn't been signed, so.
But then there's minor changes. I'm just kind of confused on what's going on it. So, I mean, they probably should come in and give us an update on how the project's going anyway. So I'd like to talk to them and go from there.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
You guys
See if we can get a representative from both Quickcom and Lantel to up here next week.
Sort of have your facts in order, though, identifying if they've deviated from what was agreed to by the two board commissioners. If they've, gone a little overboard and buried them, what looks like I've seen pictures of them, right, just barely covered in dirt in the ditch, then maybe that needs to be brought to their attention as well, if you've got that kind of data.
Well, my question is that with the memorandum of understanding, it isn't marked out any place where they didn't follow the contract. So that just allowed them to go do what they wanted to do the whole way, is the way I feel. When we was on the gravel road and we let them go down the road, that memorandum of understanding does not say from point A to point B. We gave them an open checkbook.
Yes, sir, because it was written by quick on. It wasn't written by this board.
We allowed them to just void the first contract and do whatever they wanted to do.
Well, they should have as-built documents anyway, if they've, on any area that they didn't go.
They
down.
said they would have. I understand.
Can we ask for them to bring that?
We
in?
were advised that we would get as-built at the end of the project.
Well, I'd like to see, can we see what their progress on it is when they bring it in? They should- I mean,
I'll ask
surely
them
they
for
have
their as-built and the progress to be brought in with it.
But if we don't hold them accountable now, Danny's what
No,
I'm
I
saying is,
agree,
you
I
know,
agree.
30 years down the road, we cut it and nobody's here that discussed it now. We'll be paying for it.
I agree. So we'll just bring both those.
I'll make contact with both agencies.
Okay.
Next thing I had was the discussion we had about the high-risk rural roads grant. You'd asked me to reach out and get you a cost of what the repairs or patching would be before that went in, so you would understand the total cost of that. Because the project's laid out year or two before it's actually implemented, it's almost impossible to get a cost when oil prices and aggregate changes. So what I ask for is a price for Bettis to do the repairs on Wall Street. If they patched and repaired this year's project, which is roughly the same amount of miles as our high-risk rural roads grant. So what I'm trying to get you is not only an estimate, if you chose not to do the repairs and have them do it this year on Wall Street, you would have a number for that, but you'd also be able to use that as a base point for a decision on the high-risk rural roads, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, I mean, is this something that we can go ahead and decide now if we want to outsource it and budget for it? Because do we get funds from the state every year for special road projects, right? Correct?
We get federal funds that we then convert to state dollars, if I'm understanding.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah.
Yeah.
Can we not utilize that money for that? Or do we already have that? I mean, that's what I'd rather do. I mean,
This grant money that we're talking about for 1095, is that any money that we can use to chip and seal a gravel road? Is that anything that has anything to do with it? It just has to do because it's blacktop. I got Parker resident sent me some stuff last night. It's on Devlin Road and it's 2 miles of gravel road, ties into Miami County. Then Miami County has another mile or two and it would make it a straight shot to 169 highway.
Yes, and that's a project that we write for. But this grant will not apply for that because this is for safety for high-risk roads that are highly traveled. So 1095 is a major collector with a high risk factor score, which makes it qualify for this grant.
So none of this grant money can be used to do that. That's what I'm wanting.
No.
Yeah. Okay. Now, a few weeks ago, when Mulberry was here, they talked about chip and sealing gravel roads that when we was talking to Rock Quarry. He said in Crawford County, they do that. I talked to Todd and he was going to get with them to see Crawford County if they had success doing that because Mulberry said they did as far as just laying chip and seal on a gravel road.
Okay.
And I wondered, do you know anything about that? I know.
No, I don't.
When I talked to him, he told me he would get with them and see.
No, I don't.
What their success rate was on it, and
I don't know anything about it. I can reach out to Todd. I do know that there are several of those roads here in Linn County that have been done in the past. And we can look at them for a benchmark as far as when the last time they were serviced.
Todd said the 1700 road is one of them and it did fall apart in some places. There'll be places that the water comes up, but we have the machine, Todd told me, that will put the rock down with water before they go chip and seal it. And I just wanted to see what Crawford County did, because chip and sealing a gravel road's a lot cheaper than overlay.
so you practically just prep the road, lay gravel down, top of it?
Yeah, and then they just chip and seal the gravel road, but they have some kind of machine, and I don't know what it is, but we own the machine, Todd said. We do have it. But, I don't know that Todd wasn't real fond of doing it. He said there was places, but that guy assured me in that conversation that Crawford County does it all the time. And I wanted to see if they knew something we don't know. But if you check with Todd and see, I'd appreciate it.
I'll reach out to him.
Because it was brought to my attention, and I did talk to the Miami County Commissioner, George Pretz, and he said he wouldn't swear that they'd get to their portion of it if we did blacktop ours, right this year. But if we did blacktop it, they would try to work on theirs, is what George told me. And it's 2 miles. And I've heard that since I've been a commissioner up there, that with the railroad tracks, that would give the people in that corner of the county a straight shot to 169, and with 2 miles of chip and seal road. Miami County would have to do another mile, but then that would give them blacktop road going north with no railroad tracks. And that's just telling you that's the concern of the people in that corner of the county.
I think that was brought up when Mike Page was a commissioner too here.
Okay. So my intent is to bring you those numbers so you can ask about that. Or if you intend to use the pass down money for that project or move on it, that's completely up to you, but I'm reaching out for those numbers.
Well, me personally, I'd like to see it when Todd comes in to talk about his budget and plan and whatnot. I would like to see where those drop down. What's it called? What's the funds called? What is it? The what? The pass-through funds, see where we're, putting that money, see what we're putting that money towards, and then go from there and try to budget it in. That's what I would like to do. To outsource it. Are you following me? That's what I would like. I don't know. We got 2 others here that.
And I can't tell you that 70,000, which is, I think, this year's pass-through funds, I can't tell you that will or won't do it until I get an estimate. I couldn't tell you how much of that project that would manage. So I have a new hire recommendation. If we have no need for executive, we can clear that up and move on with it. It's for a part-time mower.
We're
Be stationed out of the Pleasanton shop.
I'm good. If we got somebody that we can hire to part-time, though, I'm good with it.
Yeah.
Me too.
My recommendation would be hire Brian Heaton as a part-time mower in Pleasanton shop at 3D, which is $12.74.15 an hour.
What was his name? Brian Heaton
That's correct.
at 3D.
I'll make a motion that we hire Brian Heaton as a part-time mower in the Pleasanton shop at 3D, 12.7415 per hour.
I'll second. Motion been moved and second. Any more discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
900 and Waddles, do you have the first packet I sent out? There should be a map on it.
Is that the box culverts where we're talking? Is that?
That's the first suggestion we had was box culverts on it, and now we're looking, or the little sectional box culverts. Now we're looking at a box culvert in place because of transportation issues. After speaking with our on-call engineer, the plan of replacing the culvert system at 900 Road is more complicated than I understood. There are utilities that have to be moved, possibly right away, that needs purchased, or at the very least construction easement because of the wing walls. A survey needs completed and a permit that will have to be issued by the Kansas Department of Agriculture, the Division of Water Resources, to make this project work. Any bidding of that project would require all those things to be in place and engineered prior to. The engineer did, however, tell us that we could temporarily fix the road without a permit or survey. We looked at the project and the road foremans believe that they can repair both tubes to recover the roadway, which should last until a permanent fix is made. This can be done with approximately 5 employees and should take less than a week, but with rain and equipment breakdowns, we estimate a 3-week window for completion once it's approved. My recommendation to you would be to make the temporary repairs and request a proposal from Call Valley for the project similar. That's not it. Okay.
We have the map.
But again, to make the temporary repairs, request a proposal from Call Valley for the project, similar as we did for our on-call pricing for the landfill, and to sign a resolution to limit traffic on 900 to no truck traffic until the project's completed. The project's probably going to be 6 months in permitting and engineering, and then quite possibly whatever the construction time is. So it would be imperative that we open up the roadway and get traffic through. And I believe with the foreman's recommendations that we can get that done in a timely manner at a low cost and get that road opened up until we can fix the problem. One of the issues we ran into over there is a 10-foot squash tube. If you're going east, the west tube, the first one you would encounter, on the south side of the road, it's 10 foot. On the north side of the road connecting to it, it is not 10 foot. The diameters are not the same, and the tube has no banding when it was put in. So a smaller tube was stuffed into a 10-foot squash tube, laid in the roadway. Whatever material they used to try to patch a banding has failed. The tube section in the center has pushed down because brush and debris have clogged the tube and forced water around the smaller tube into the larger tube, which took the road surface out above the tube and below the roadway. The second tube on the other side seems to be 2 matching tube sizes, but they were never banded together, so they bent in the center. What they were done, they were strapped together with used blade strapping. So, which did hold for, I don't know when that tube system was put in, held for a number of years, but has now failed and the centers are pushed down. From what the road foremen say, and they were able this time to walk the tubes and get in them, that we can repair those tubes, push them back up, and make this repair last long enough to get a permanent fix without buying more materials or without spending a lot of money to buy new tubes and patch it until a permanent repair can be made.
Can we go in and put the right size tubes clear across it, fix it where it's at, make it work? I mean, if we dug the tubes out and put the right tubes in the same size, clear across it?
But that's the problem that we're trying to fix with the box culvert, is because we're trying to keep it shorter than a bridge so it doesn't end up on the bridge inventory. And we're trying to get the water flow that the permit would require. And without the box culvert and the square edges, we lose water flow. And I don't think we can do both, get the tube size and keep it lower than 20 feet, is what I'm being told.
How wide can it be without it becoming a bridge?
20 feet.
20 feet long.
And the box culverts come what? Are they 9 foot or just depends probably?
It depends on what you order. And the engineer had looked at the sections, but the sections he needed and tried to bid out for us, McPherson was the closest place to get those sections.
Did we check with Omar to see what they had? I mean, what they could come for? Did we look at that?
We got
Brian Olmeyer Construction.
We didn't
1,800.
go out to bid for those sections. He priced those for us. So I can't say, I know he checked in McPherson and in Wichita but the cost and the shipping were extreme.
That's what I mean, but could we check with somebody local to see what they could build it in place for?
To build it in place, that's what we're trying to do with the permitting. That's what we're talking about, a long-term fix, temporary patching this, and then going out to bid on a long-term build-in-place box culvert shorter than 20 feet with wing walls and proper permitting from the state. So that's exactly what we're trying to do, but we're trying to temporarily open the roadway because that permanent fix could be 9 to 12 months out.
So can we not just, where there's the sinkhole, can we not just put a flowable fill in it and close up both sides, or, on each side of the road where the water was going through around the tubes? Like a concrete or something to harden all that up and just use it like that? We have to go through 3 weeks of work to get it temporary?
I don't think it'll be, 3 weeks is the window of time that we would be able to get it done. We're talking about probably 4 to 5 days worth of work for a small crew. We're talking about digging them out, patching them and putting them back together. Obviously, we can't put banding on them, but we are talking about strengthening the center line of those tubes where they come together, repositioning them, packing them, and putting them back in temporarily until we can get that long-term fix. I don't know that there is another fix other than this one that would prevent what already happened.
But they haven't caved all the way in, have they? No, right?
No, they bent in the center where there's no banding, where the two join each other in the middle. So we're going to use the same tubes. We're just going to bring them back up, put them together, and re-band them, but not with banding material. We're going to strap them back together. Basically, we're going to make the same fix that they use for a permanent fix. We're going to use it for a temporary fix so we don't have to buy new tubing that is very large and costly and replace all that just to pull it back out at a later date and lose that material. So, but I'd also say that if you approved us going ahead with this, that we need to allow Call Valley to give us a proposal for that long-term fix. Similar, as I said, the cost of what the engineering, the permitting, the moving the utilities, the survey, giving us a cost of that permanent fix while we're doing the temporary. And while the temporary is in place, even though I don't think there's a large amount of truck traffic in that area, because of the nature of the patch, I would ask that you entertain a resolution to keep truck traffic off of it, to keep it more residential in that area until we can get a permanent fix in.
I mean, I think we should, should we not already be moving forward with the locates and permits and all that? I mean,
If
do
you,
we have to have a contractor in place already to do that? I'm confused. I thought the engineer that's sitting here, Chad McCullough, said that that's what he was working on.
he was working on the sectional box culverts and the process of finding out how much water flow and getting everything done to start the permitting process and put it in. But those culvert systems, again, are in McPherson and Wichita, and the transportation costs are cost prohibitive. He's trying to keep you from spending a large amount of money moving this stuff. So a box culvert built in place would be a better solution. But even with that solution, we're going to have utilities moved, possibly purchase construction easement or right of way because of the wing walls, because your right of way in that area is only 40 feet. And you're also going to have to get permitting from the state for the waterway. So it's going to have to be engineered. A survey is going to have to be done. So in order to do that, what I'm asking for is to get a proposal from him for the cost so we can go ahead and approve it and run forward with the permanent solution while we make a temporary patch so that we can get that roadway open and it's not obstructed for the next 9 to 12 months.
like I stated, I'm against taking our workers off the roads and having them do this type of work, but what do you guys think?
Well, we gotta fix it.
Needs to be open, doesn't it, Danny?
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I think if anybody agreed, it'd be me. At the bottom of my hill.
I think we go ahead with
You're
the
saying the way it
temporary
is right
fix.
now, we can't leave it the way it is right now because you're scared the tube's gonna smash.
There's a large hole in the roadway and the tube's just going to continue to fail.
But the hole in the roadway's not because the tube caved in, it's because
It's
it's.
the water bypass that's
So you don't think
created.
we could just put like a flowable fill concrete around it and it would strengthen everything up for the time being?
It doesn't fix, they're two shotgun tubes not directly side by side, one's canted. But because they're not banded and they're bent in the center, even if we put flowable fill here, water's still infiltrating on the other side and it's going to push more material and at some point going to do the same thing. Well, basically, in a layman's term, we would be sheetrocking the ceiling without fixing the roof. I mean, it would, the same damage would get caused. I just can't tell you how long it would take to cause that damage.
So if we allowed Pub Works to do this, when would they start?
I believe we could start within the next, well, we're Monday. It would be probably next week. We would start the process and we'd pick the crew, get the equipment lined out. That's the other thing that I'll discuss later. We got to talk about equipment. We had several breakdowns this week.
So we pushed asphalt back, right?
Yes, at this point. Well, when you say asphalt, chip and seal.
And then we still have a bunch of gravel roads that aren't even close to being done. So how I don't know how to understand how we'd make that work.
Well, at this point, if we're delaying asphalt or focusing on gravel roads, then we delay the asphalt program well into the fall, and we may only get patching done rather than doing chip and seal projects that we planned for the year. But if the focus is on gravel, then that's where the focus lies. So if we have to wait for a drier year to catch up on chip and seal, then we wait for a drier year and we patch.
I mean, my number one priority is getting the gravel roads up to par. And
that's where we're trying to focus, and this is one of those gravel roads that we're trying to get open so that we can start having permanent solutions. And this is one step towards a permanent solution for this roadway.
what do you guys think? How much for the temporary fix? How much is it going to cost? Do we think?
Aggregate and material and machine time. The culvert and everything's all right there. So this is going to cost fuel and manpower. The biggest thing we're going to put into it is a banding material to weld in and hold those tubes in place. So this is time and fuel. Could there be a rock expense? Yes, but it's going to be minimal compared to what we're used to.
What do you guys think?
Like we need to get the road back open.
I think it needs fixed, but I tell you what, I don't like what happens is, and I can go on this week things that I seen where we go work on a road and then I get another phone call and it wasn't fixed. We go and 2 days later, I got to go back. I get another phone call and we got to go back to the same road. And I don't understand, Sean. Whenever we go out there and we don't use the equipment, we buy the scratchers and then when you and I have the conversation on a cell phone with the text messages, and then I go back and it is much better. I will say the second time, the road was one of the better ones I've seen in the county. But when we go one day and then have to have a day in between and we don't go back, so I don't understand why we don't finish while we're there. That's my question.
Can you pull up J 1 through 7? J, you'll have to increase that. Thank you. This is the road that you're talking about. It's just north of 7. It's McGrew. You'll see there's water on the roadway, and the grader has just come through prior to these photographs. I believe it would have been the day before.
Would be right.
If you pull that one up, that's fine. Keep going. Keep pulling it up. If a little larger if you can. You'll see in this shaded area that we've got potholes and mud, but you'll see the area to the right of the screen looks like it's flat or graded and has rock on it. What happened is can you go to the next one? The grader operator, similar, you can see the shaded area where the trees are at, the water's still standing on the roadway and there's potholes on both sides. Next one, please. Similar, another shaded, pull that one up. Back down a little bit, please. Smaller. This, you can see the roadway in and of itself almost has a full canopy for part of the roadway. So the grader operator, he was looking for the solution for it, relied on the other graders, and in an effort to not only fix the problem, but to comply with your request about completing the roadways the first time, he went in and he moved the material around on the roadway to try to get as much water off this roadway as possible. With the rain that came in and with the shaded areas, with the inability for it to dry, we had to use traffic to push the water off the roadway, the grader to flatten the areas so the water could drain. There's a lot of shade. Can you pull up the next set on McGrew?
Is there a crown in the road though? Is the point in the middle of the road higher than both sides is what I want to know.
And if you go on down north, there's still a pothole right outside the guy's driveway. It's probably this big. It still had water in the road. Even after we went the second time, it's still there.
Well, if you see what he came back to do was crown the road, gravel the road. Once it dried, he was able to go back in and work the road. This is where he actually ended, because at the end of the day,
Did they not use the scratcher the second day?
the second day they went back, they crowned and pulled out as many potholes as they could. I checked it and couldn't find any to where they had ended. But where they ended was right near a residence, but they couldn't finish before the end of the day. So what they did is move the water off the roadway at one point, came back when it was dry enough to work, crowned, pulled the potholes out, and then went back and laid the rock surface.
That there was a rain between the time they was there and after. Is if you go back the day they was there, that it was, then we got a little rain that night. So some of them potholes was probably from the rain that was after they was there. The first time. If you want to show the potholes, and I know I took the pictures, and I got the phone calls. And
The first time the
this is
pothole,
your area too, Danny. This isn't mine, but that's okay. But it's and I can take you right down to the north end of that, and there'll be one that's right in our road where somebody's got to drive out of their driveway that we didn't even attempt to fix.
well, the reason they didn't use the scratchers the first day is this What I'm talking and finding out from the operators was, again, they were trying to move the water off the roadway so they could accomplish the desired effect when it dried. And drying it was the first part of that process. But if they'd have used the scratchers the first day, they'd have done more damage digging into it. And it would have been very similar to trying to plow a wet field or a flooded area. It would have accomplished nothing that day. But from the secondary photos, yes, we had to go there 2 days in order to allow it to dry out the first time, but their completion the second day until they got to the end of the day and had to pull back to the shop was from start to finish the desired effect that you had been asking for.
So you're saying this mile was the day that they worked the day on this mile of road?
They finished on that road. I can't tell you where they started out that morning. I met them on that roadway that afternoon as they were midway through the project.
Okay.
Can you pull up 2350?
Hold on, before we get on this, let's get the culvert thing taken care of. What, or unless this is a rhyme to a reason of, let's
No,
connect.
no.
Then, okay, so I think we have major problems here that we need to all be on the same page about. I don't want to use the road guys to do that bridge. I want to outsource it, have somebody come in and do it. We have a special road and bridge fund that we have money in that they wanted us to use on Hell's Bend, which there's nothing wrong with that bridge. But so I think a project like this that is an emergency is exactly what those funds should be used on, not something that we went and applied for a grant and there's nothing structurally wrong with the bridge. It makes no sense to me. So I think that we should outsource it and use those funds for this bridge or these culverts.
Well, I believe that is the intent, to outsource the permanent fix, or are you talking about the temporary fix?
Everything.
Well, I believe a temporary fix from an outsourced company may be considerably more costly because they're going to come in and they're going to put new tubes and everything back in. They're not going to use the materials that we have available. But if you'd like to do that, that's completely within your purview.
What do you guys think? I just know I don't want to use our road guys to do it. They have enough on their plate. They have their hands full. Ideas, thoughts?
So how do we go about that, Danny? We'll send it out to bid.
I don't.
You have a contractor in mind? I mean,
I've sent two of them his way this week to look at it. So, and I don't know if they've called you or not. Have they? Or last week?
I've had contacts made, but again, until I gain direction as to whether or not we're permanently or temporary fixing it. And the permanent fix will have to be let through a bidding process, unlike we discussed before, because it's got to be engineered and permits have to be applied for from the state. It also has to be surveyed, and possibly right-of-way purchased. So it's not as easy as we may have believed in the beginning to repair it.
So Mike Page was involved in the Jeremy Sweat dip out there at the East Lake in Pleasanton, and they had the same culvert system. Did you speak with him? Anything? I called him and talked to him a little bit about it. He was involved in designing and bidding on that bridge out there.
I spoke to him. He asked me to send him some information on it. I did. He said if he had any recommendations or anything that he thought would benefit me, he'd reach out to me. He hasn't to this point yet.
So there's no direction we can go when the bridge is, with the state, like an emergency bridge. I mean, there's nothing to get everything.
I don't know
I'm
how,
digging here.
I don't know how to make the permanent fix any faster than what we're talking about, which is even through the design and the letting process, going to be over 6 months. I don't know how to make that for that box culvert any quicker than that, because surveys have to be done, utilities have to be moved, and we may have to, like I said, purchase right-of-way or construction easement. So I don't believe there is a permanent fix that's any shorter than that period of time. And once we get that, then we go to letting and construction, and that's on the timeline of the company. So we could look at 12 months from start to finish on this project, from what I'm being told at this point. If we're going to see the road open, I don't know another way but to temporarily fix it.
So we're going back with the bridge or the culverts or drain system we're putting in is not wider than what's there, correct?
The drain system is not appropriate.
So then why do we have to get right of ways and move utilities?
I'm sorry?
Why do we have to get right of ways and move utilities?
Wing walls go out from the box culvert system on both sides.
We don't have to purchase right away to come in with the temporary fix.
The temporary would not require anything, but once we go to the permanent fix, that's going to require engineering, planning, and permitting.
We'll have to move you.
But the temporary, that would be strictly our crews.
Right. We are changing when we go to the permanent fix.
Yes. All we're doing temporarily is putting back what was there, patching it so it'll hold, and putting gravel on top of it. But in order to repair it, we got to dig it out of there.
What do you guys think? I'm just not a believer, I guess. So whatever you guys think.
Well, if we know it's broke, we gotta fix it. I mean, at least patch it back, Danny, is what I think. I mean, I understand what you're saying, but we gotta get it patched back, so.
No, I agree with that.
And get it patched the
What are we gonna,
cheapest way we can, and then determine what we're gonna do at the bridge.
I'm in favor of that as well.
and using the county guys to do it or outsource it?
Using the county
I'd
guys.
use the county because you get somebody to outsource it, you aren't, so.
But we're getting refunded for the money or for all the repairs, correct?
I can't guarantee that all those mitigations or repairs will be refunded. If it's flood damage or determined to be flood damage
We haven't
from the
figured that out
event,
yet.
that will be when we meet with KDMs and they tell us whether or not it's flood damage, mitigation damage, what percentages. So I cannot guarantee you what will be paid for and what won't.
And we'll know that when?
I'm sorry.
When will we know that?
KDMs met, I think, earlier this week with Bourbon County, so I'm anticipating meeting with them in the very near future, but I haven't been contacted yet.
I've had county commissioners in other counties tell me it took 6 years, Danny, so. It took them 6 years to get their money one time, so that's what could happen to us.
It is a process.
No, I understand that.
I'm for fixing it, get it fixed as quick as we can and get it back to going and then see where we're at with the bridge. I mean, I think we gotta move on.
Me too.
I don't like going back. If we fix it, let's fix it to where it holds.
So do you guys need a motion? What do we need on that, Sean? We need anything?
The only thing I believe I need a motion on is the asking Call Valley for a request for proposal for the permanent fix. Get the numbers from them. If you want me to start the temporary, I'll get that started. But if you want me to get a proposal together for you to tell you how fast and how much so that we can hire somebody, a contractor to do a long-term fix, I'll need a,
This has been an issue for quite a while in your area, Danny, this area, this right here.
This bridge?
Is that right in where this is at? Is it
No, no, not really.
just happened this time?
Yeah. That's the first time I've ever seen it flood too. I've never seen it that high either. So,
So if that's the case, I mean, if what he's saying is, why can't we put new tubes in it, a little bigger tube? Then what, let's dig the tubes out, put a little bit bigger tube in and go on.
Well,
What's the problem there, I guess?
it's because of the permitting through the state in order to get the amount of water flow for what's upstream of it.
well, do we know what that number is?
The engineer has those numbers and made recommendations, and that's where we got our numbers to try to find the temporary sections and to try to find someone in the future to do boxes.
No,
I'm being told that in order to do it with tubes, because you have to bury part of the tube, we go over the 20-foot limit. Basically, circles would make the bridge longer because you're taking out the corners and the edges that you get to engineer for the water flow. I'm being told that tubes aren't the solution in this because of the amount of water to be moved.
You want to move on, Danny, and see?
So, I mean, so 3 days to do the temporary fix, you say?
I believe it was possibly 45 working days now, and a 3-week window because we've been getting,
How many feet of tube is it, I guess? I don't know. I haven't went and looked at it, but how many feet of tube we talking?
I'm talking about 4 30-foot sections.
So it's going to take us 5 days to dig 4 30-foot sections out.
Going to take 5 days to dig those sections out, lift them, band them together because there's no band that fits these tubes. We'll have to weld sections together to hold it in place, reseat them and bury them.
Well, if that costs, maybe we ought to pull the old ones out, put brand new ones in there and go on, because I tell you what, it's pretty soon we're talking a lot of money. And then we could pull the old ones, we could pull the new ones back out when we get done, couldn't we?
Can we not just dig up, throw a piece of inch metal on iron on top of it and weld it to it and lay over it?
Essentially, that's what we're talking about doing, is banding it together with metal so that it'll hold. Bringing them from where they're at now, bent down, pulling them up, banding them together and covering them. Yet the estimates that we're giving you could take 2 days.
These are 30-inch tubes, you said?
No, they're 10 foot,
10
30 foot long.
10 foot wide.
Yeah.
Okay.
Smashed. I believe both of them are smashed tubes except for the one inappropriate tube that's slid into one of the smashed tubes.
And my concern is stopping the road, any kind of progress we're having on the roads right now.
Well, I can assure you, all we did is gone from what happened over the weekend.
We took a lot of hits over the weekend and had to close 1095 south of 1650. I looked at several areas that took rock loss, and I'll show you a collapse here in a little bit.
So there's no, like Jim was saying, there's no grandfather rule. If we just take out what's there and put back exactly the same size, we can't do that.
I'm being told we have to permit this through the state and that wouldn't be allowed.
We can't put back what's there. That's what you're saying then. I mean, if we dug it up, put 2 new 10 footers in there, we cannot do that.
That is my understanding.
Who tells us that?
The engineer that we've paid is the on-call to work the problem with us.
Well, I mean, how come the state's involved if it's not considered a bridge?
We're talking about Department of Water Resources. How much water in a waterway can we restrict with a roadway or an obstacle?
So how come
We
we've
have
never
people-
been flagged?
You know,
for this
Corps of
before?
Engineers, Water Resources, those people have interest in those waterways or certain areas that require permitting through them as opposed to other state entities.
So do we have any documentation stating that if there was ever anything that ever happened to the tubes that are currently there, that when we replaced them, we had to go bigger, better?
I don't know of any documentation about the tubes when they were put in the first place. I mean,
So I don't know where the state got involved.
I know, that's what I don't
guess
understand
is
either. I
what-
don't
I'm with
understand
Danny on this one.
how would I mean, it's on camera now, but how would they even know that we're even doing the repair if we just dig it up, put new tubes in and go on?
if our on-call engineer tells me that,
Well, he also told us that we'd never get a grant from the state of Kansas again. I think he's full of shit. That's my opinion, but
okay, if our on-call engineer tells me that we cannot put anything in a waterway without sizing it for Department of Water Resources properly, or without getting a permit once it reaches a certain size, then I can't put it in a waterway. I can't commit an administrative or a sanctioned violation of a policy once I'm aware of it.
okay, do we have documentation of this policy? I'll take the blame then. I just want to get the road fixed, put back what's there when they call us out. We had an emergency fix. We went
And,
back.
and that's what we're saying. We are patching it in an emergency.
Well, can we
Temporary.
take a flowable fill and put in that hole and then throw a piece of steel plate over it and go on? I've
That,
seen that happen right out north here of town one time, the Arts and Crafts weekend. It's the bridge caved in and we put flowable fill in it and threw a big piece of steel over it. A lot of people drove over it all weekend.
that was a hard surface roadway. This is a gravel roadway.
I understand that, but what's the difference as far as a piece of steel over it?
The hard surface roadway, we were able to anchor the steel and then edge the steel. You're talking about making a flowable fill over something that's got a hole in it because it's
Anchored it
bent.
we anchored it to what?
We anchored it to the roadway.
To asphalt?
Correct.
Okay.
And yeah, I mean, the flowable fill won't work. Why, Sean?
I can't tell you that flowable fill won't work. I can tell you the foremans and I looked at the project and they believed the quickest, most reasonable fix that they could find with the conditions that they had was the one they offered.
Yeah, I feel like we're putting too much thought and effort into the temporary fix, though. I don't understand. Just back a concrete truck up there, dump concrete down in it, and it's called flowable fill because it flows the least path of resistance. Where the water was going in, it's going to start coming out. We plug up both sides. We have concrete over the top of both, so they're rounded at the top, right? Some of them are caved in, right?
They're bent in the center.
So the concrete's going to form over that, and it's going to hold everything together. Same concept you guys have, right?
I don't know what would prevent the concrete from filling in the hole in the tube.
I thought you said nothing's been filled in or nothing's caved in.
The two where they're brought together are bowed downward because there's no banding on it,
Right.
which allowed water, because they're not sized properly or banded, water to take that material out away from the roadway, which allowed that large hole in the roadway that we're seeing now.
I understand that. So what's your concern?
My concern is both those tubes need to be brought up temporary patched, and then covered up.
Well, in the restoration business, you don't touch anything that you don't have to. And I don't feel like in this spot, you don't want to. I mean, you start touching stuff, it's going to turn into a bigger issue. So why not just fill the void with concrete where there's a dip in the tube, fill it with concrete, and all the pressure from the car driving over top of it's going to be on the concrete, not the tube.
All you gotta do is stop the concrete from going
Yeah.
into the tube somehow. It's enough to get the concrete set up.
But then you still have every area that concrete doesn't fill, which is over 2 tubes, not side by side, 2 tubes that are angled. All the rest of that area that flowable fill doesn't go into still has water being impaired and pulling that material away from there. I can't tell you there's not a secondary hole under that roadway unless we dug it out.
Well, we did the same thing out here. We didn't know.
But that was an abutment with concrete butted up against a bridge. We did know the concrete and the bridge were on both sides of that gap.
Well, let's table it for a little bit, think about it, and come back because it's taking too long.
Sure. The next set of photographs we've got is in lieu of your request for ditching projects. This is 2350. There was a concern and a complaint from a homeowner about some water runoff north of there that was coming into the area and possibly getting into buildings on the property or causing water issues for them on the property. If you can go forward to the next slide, you can see that this is a very large ditch. Runs about a half a mile down that roadway and then turns and goes to the south. They were able to complete this work because one of the road graders had gone down in that area, and the foreman, again, trying to follow as much of the plan as he possibly could, took the grader operator from that piece of equipment and put him in the X and used him. If he couldn't grade roadways, he could do ditches. And this is the result of that work. You'll see, I believe, keep going. Is there one for Olinger? Was another. Some of the smaller ditch projects, moving water and trying to maintain the roadways in other areas. And that's just a blade scrape compared to the X work. And then if you could bring up 1050. This hole is on 1050 east of Nickel. I was called out yesterday on it. A resident in the area advised me that a low water crossing with a concrete tube in it had failed and bypassed, similar to the 900 road issue. You can see that this is a hand-laid crossing. There's native rock down in that hole with dirt around it. It looks like it's been patched before because the top part of it was covered either in chip and seal or asphalt. The hole itself on the top end is about just under 3 foot in diameter, but the hole underneath is near 6 foot in diameter in areas. That's all I had for those. You were given a cost summary by task report. Road grader report sent as part of your packet. Only 6 of those road graders are CATs that qualify for Vision Link, 3 that have the service, and 1, I believe, has a older unit, doesn't report as much as the other units. But as I said, we had 3 graders down last week. One of those graders, I sent you the report from Vision Link on it. You'll see that the Vision Link product that we purchased for that was able to notify us that we had water in a tandem before we had any notification from any of the systems on the machine itself. So no check engine lights, no warnings, no nothing. But Vision Link was able to tell us we had water in a tandem, and they sent the recommendation of how to do the repair. That is the only piece of equipment that we were able to repair in-house last week. The others were death-related or emissions and airflow, and we probably won't get, we may get one back today. We may get one later this week back to us. But they also came at a higher price because we had to ship them out. If you have interest in the Vision Link system or want me to bid that for $120 a unit, I'm being told is the approximate cost, we can go out and get the Vision Link on each one of these pieces and possibly keep some of the repairs more in-house with earlier reporting.
What all information will the Vision Link give us?
I can't give you everything. I'd have to reach out to them. Now, there are different parts of that program. I don't use that program, the mechanics do. So what information it will provide you, or what maintenance recommendations it provides you, I have a very simplistic view or knowledge of.
Is it any engine speeds, RPMs, or anything involved in this one or not? I mean, does it tell us the movement of the blade or how far it's going, the speeds?
I cannot answer that, but I can inquire about it.
Didn't we just enter into some contracts, something with the graders that was supposed to already do this?
We looked at one, but the last grader, the one that went down and is last week on Thursday, we opted not to take the Vision Link on it. And I think you'll see later on in my report, that we have a fully customer value agreement for grader 322. Along with that agreement in purchasing oil and filters, we would receive Vision Link on that service. So along with some of the other services they provide, Vision Link is a part of those.
So we have 3 graders that have it, 3 that could have it, and,
2 that are John Deere's.
okay.
Sean, we're running really far behind. Can we, you get a lot going on today? Can you come back in after we do a few of these budgets?
Sure.
All right. We'll table you for a little bit and we'll have Janet go ahead and come up because we're running really far behind. We'll do public comment after that. Is she still here? Oh, she left?
Thank you, Jan.
Janet Kavanaugh, Linn County Treasurer. I'm here to present my budget. Over the weekend, I was thinking I have in for a new employee to get trained on motor vehicle because it's very possible one is going to retire soon. And so I lowered it because I didn't take in consideration I'll be gone. So I lowered it because of that. I think 7,500. You have any questions for me about it? Everything has gone up a lot. And I did include the COLA, 3% COLA. Any questions?
I don't have.
So this is really the first formal budget request we've got in so far this year. What we've typically done in the past is get a tentative approval, and then I use those amounts to put into the state budget form to start calculating our overall budget. It doesn't mean that things can't be changed later. Budget can still be increased or decreased until it's published. Once it's published, then we can only decrease.
I don't have any questions, Janet.
You just need a tentative approval.
That's all I'm looking for today.
Majority of it's your raises and payroll, and you said you're hiring another person
Yeah, because
you'll be leaving and
I'll be retiring October 8th around there. And another employee in motor vehicle. And I think we need to get someone trained.
so it isn't another person actually just to start training them until your
Exactly.
two retires. What you're
Okay.
Succession plan.
Because it takes a while
Mhm.
to learn everything. You have any questions, Danny?
I think I have more questions for myself, but yeah, I don't know. I just want to be able to utilize the time whenever you guys come up here and talk about budgets to explain to over the camera what kind of tax dollars go into your office, all that stuff. Like I always talk about Douglas County. They get on their website and they have drop down tabs and they talk about literally everything. And I know you can't do that in here. I get that, but I don't. I mean, I guess you've done what we've asked you to do. We don't really have a certain budget outline of how we want things done, so I guess you did what you did. I mean,
I can,
it's not on you. It's not. I don't know. I just don't like our budget outline. It doesn't explain anything to anybody.
you mean the front page?
Well, just like the whole thing. I mean, not your whole thing, but like, something that came up this year was like taxes from the wildlife refuge, things like that, little items like that we don't know about. So, and I don't know if we have, if there's like a budget outline form that we can figure out to help us with this or not, but I mean, I see all your details right here. I get that. Yeah.
That is in lieu of tax, and that is something we just get every year.
Right.
It's part of the budget I give David to get prepared, just
Right.
like motor vehicle.
And, I just think that's important for us to know all those little details that'll help us with something like the solar, for instance, you know what I mean? It'll just help us make decisions later on, but I don't really have answers on how we would do that. So, and you've done what you've done.
Where is the line item for David for the payment in lieu of taxes or what we actually get? Is there something in the budget somewhere?
That's in the income
I
side.
know it's income, but there's something we can look at that? I mean, is that what you're asking?
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, all that's going to be in the budget form is just a line item that shows an amount.
Right.
There's no
It's not broken down as far as.
explanation in that form.
But wouldn't it save everybody a lot of time if I'm going to use Allie for example. Okay. I know you hear from her a lot and about numbers and details. I mean, I just believe this is the time that we could take care of a lot of those issues. And it's not issues, don't get me wrong, questions that she has. And we all know, you know what I mean? Am I not making sense?
I have a form where I estimate, they give me a number and I do an estimate of taxes to every entity it goes to.
Right.
I fill that form out, give it to David because it doesn't all come to the county. It goes to several entities. I fill that out, give it to David, and when he's preparing the budget, he puts that in there
Right.
and each entity puts it in their budget as part of their income.
No, that's what I'm saying. I know it's not, you did what you need to do on your part. I'm just trying to figure the details out, I guess.
And if I may, the stairs on the south end are horrible. And if we could get something in the budget to get those fixed,
I'm working on actually getting numbers for that right now.
okay, good. Because someone's going to fall and we're going to get sued.
Do you guys have any questions?
I don't.
I don't.
I'll make a motion that we tentatively approve the treasurer's budget at $310,075.27.
I'll second it.
Motion been moved and second. Any more discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you, Janet.
John, is John still here? John, you want to come up and talk?
Hello, everyone. Pardon me, John Platt, Director of TRICO. Do you have the information I gave to David last week? Great. I got extra copies if you need it. TRICO provides services to the county residents that have intellectual and developmental disabilities. We've been part of Miami County. We're celebrating our 50th year this year. Just to give you some demographic information, we have 150 people we serve in Miami, Anderson, and Linn counties. And of the 150, 24 live here in Linn County. Right now, we have 101 staff. And of the 101, 22 live in Linn County. Our budgeted payroll, including benefits, was $6,062,940. And the number of full-time equivalent positions budgeted in 2024 is 105. Pardon me. We have a 9-member board of directors, 3 members from each of our counties that we serve. The 3 members that represent Linn County is Charlene Sims, Russell Pope, and John Morse. You have some demographic or some descriptions about the programs and services we provide, along with our other functions as the Community Developmental Disability Organization. On the backside, you've got our budget history, and then what our overall budget has been during that same time period. Our request for fiscal year 2025 is the same that you gave us last year, which is $59,000.
Can you tell how many How many people do you serve from Miami and Anderson, you said? Do you have those numbers?
I do. Okay. Clients, Miami is 99. Anderson is 27.
And we have 24, right?
22.
Percentage wise, how does that break down?
I'm sorry, Danny, that was 24. You were right. 22 staff. I'm sorry, Jim.
How does that break down percentage wise of what you actually get from the three? Where are we at percentage wise?
I have not done that math. I don't know.
Could you do that?
Right now?
Yes, if you could, I'd appreciate it, just to see where we're at percentage wise of the three counties. With patients plus with a donation.
Looking at, if I did this right, on the fly, it'd be around 24%
24,
of our total county contributions of the three counties.
contribution.
And we're at 16% of the population.
Yes, roughly.
What is the contribution from the other two counties? We pay 59,000. What is the,
It's the same as they gave last year. Anderson gave 46,586. Miami gave 139,781.
Can you give Miami's one last time?
I'm sorry, 139,781.
Thank you.
And Anderson was 46,586.
And how come Anderson's paying less?
It boils down to what they can afford.
And you have, you guys have lodging or housing in Lacine, right?
Yes, we have a group home in Lacine, and we also have individuals that live in their own apartments that we go on site and provide services to. And we're 24/7.
so we're paying 24% of the contribution and we have 16% of the residents. Is that right? Did you see it?
The way I see it.
And we had talked a little bit about this last year, because you guys actually requested 80,000, correct?
Yes.
it's been pretty consistent at 80,000 since 2019 of these records, right?
Yes, Linn County has been generous for many, many, many years.
You don't get per resident near as much from Miami County then. It's for 99, you get 139, 781.
Yes.
Say that again.
1,400 apiece.
1412, yep,
We're giving
2458.
2458. We're giving $1,000 more to the.
Say those numbers again, Jim. What'd you
We're
say?
giving 1,000.
So our per resident cost per county, Linn County is 2458, 2,458. Anderson County is 1725.4. And Miami County is 1411.9. That kind of what you had figured, Jim?
Yeah, I think that's right. I didn't write everything down. Anderson County 1725. You said, yep, that's what I got too.
I did bring some supplemental information for you as you consider the request.
Thank you, John.
Thank you, sir.
The top of the page indicates where we target for the money, what we use the money for. It's transportation, payee services, and nursing, which we don't get reimbursed for. So those totals are non-reimbursed amounts that we pay out.
So the transportation, can you explain that a little bit?
Yeah,
'Cause we have a Linn County transportation that will take anybody anywhere they want to go. They just got to schedule it.
Yes. We're talking a large group of people every morning to be on the road by 8:30 a.m. and to be back by 3:30 in the afternoon.
How many people do you pick up from Linn County?
I don't have those numbers. I know what we serve, but everybody has different schedules. But in terms of transportation, that's just getting people from like our residential sites up, ready, on the road to come to their day service. And those costs, that's just what it costs to put a driver behind the wheel and gas in the tank. That's not maintenance, upkeep, any of those costs.
So you're saying transportation is going from your facility down here to pick somebody up, taking them back, and then bringing them back.
Yes.
So, and you don't know how many you guys bring? And
Not off the top of my head.
how come that's not something that our general transportation here can take?
Anytime we've used general public transportation in any county in the past, it has not been as reliable because the demand comes and goes. So if a person has to be at a place Monday through Friday at a certain time, they may or may not be able to have that available to them. And that would be going to Osawatomie.
So you guys transport in a big bus or a car? I mean, what?
All of the above. We receive KDOT grants for our buses.
So you get a grant for it, so that is what you're putting it.
I'm sorry?
This is the part that they don't get reimbursed for.
Correct. Also, just as an FYI, I'm not sure how familiar you are with TRICO. I included in the middle part of that page what our workers do for your residents here at Linn County with disabilities.
I went out to your facility. I think it's great. I know what you guys do, and I would like to see it more fair across the board between the three counties.
I agree. It's great service. I do that, but I tell you, it just, to me, that here we are paying $2,458. Miami County pays $1,725, or Anderson County pays $1,725. Miami County pays $1,411.
And we have the least amount of people in the
That's-
entire program.
That's huge to me.
One thing to consider, and, there are a lot of factors that go into this, but we are serving, 11 folks that aren't included in those numbers that grew up in Linn County. Their families are in Linn County. They moved because of various reasons. For affordable housing, they moved out of Linn County. So families still consider this is their home. They just get services outside of Linn County.
Yeah, I'm still,
That would move us to 1685.
1685, yep.
We're looking at that number.
Yep.
And then just for another piece of data, I included the economic impact of what TRICO provides to the county in terms of salaries.
what number were you looking at?
So I just divided the 59,000 by the 35, adding the 11 on that he said right there to get us 1686. And those 11, they live in Miami County now because,
Either Miami or Anderson, primarily Miami.
okay.
So technically they're still getting, they're getting paid for, right? I just don't see, I'm sorry, I just don't see that as a huge factor.
Sure.
I get it. Thank you for growing up here, but I don't know. I'm gonna tread lightly on the issue, but I just don't think that I think we should be paying less than both the other counties because we have the least amount of people. And I went up to your facility and I tried to, and I went through it with you guys. It's amazing. I like what you guys do. It's just going to make sense in my head and the tax dollars that we spend. And, we're spending $1,000 more than Miami County, and they have 99 people. I just don't think that's okay with all this being public knowledge. If all the people in Linn County found out about it, I don't think they would be okay with it. So I'm not okay with it. I think
Would you guys be comfortable at as far as a dollar figure per person?
So if I'm remembering correctly from your last year's presentation, you said that part of that change and difference was based off the fact that you're hauling people farther from Linn County.
Yes, our transportation network does go all the way down to Prescott every day. And that is a significantly larger trip than going from Paola to Osawatomie.
Correct.
But what about, where do you go in Anderson County?
We go down to Welda. We do have, I do want to give you, thank you, Danny. You did take time out of your schedule. You did tour the facility. You did see what we do on a day-to-day basis. We do have a couple of opportunities coming up this year that I'd like to invite you to. In October, we'll be having an open house celebrating our 50th anniversary. and I'll make sure that everybody gets an invitation to that. Also, I'm speaking for some of the folks we serve, but if anybody's interested, I'm sure they would love to host you for a dinner sometime at the group home, if you want to see with your own eyes what we do.
I'm all about that. And just because we decide on a number today does not mean it's just tentative. So, and the last thing I ever want to do is mess up your guys' program and do all that. I just want it to be fair across the board. I mean, I guess I don't, for Linn County, I guess, but, I mean, we're at 2,400 a person, and Miami County's at 1,400, right?
They're at 1411.
I mean, I think that's where we should be.
Well, if we take the 11 Linn Countyans and put them on us, even though they don't live here, that puts us at 1411 times 36. That puts us at 50, using what Miami County charges or pays. That puts us at 50,796, right? It'd be the same as what they pay.
So you're saying 35 times,
1411.
but if we're taking those 11 off, they're paying 1588.
Yeah.
Yeah, 49,385.
Hmm?
49,385.
What's that number?
That's the 1411 times 35. So that's taking into account the 11 that are from here but don't.
49,385. So
So,
at the 1411.
and what was it if we didn't take the 11 into consideration?
Now you don't take it.
So if we just had the 20,
24 times 1411. 33,864.
are you following us, John?
Yep, I sure am.
I'd be okay with including 11, I guess, to get them. I don't, like I said, I don't want to tear your operation down by, slashing you guys again like we did last year. So you were asking for 59,000, correct?
Yes.
How would you feel about tentatively approving 49,385? And that'd be at the same price as Miami County at $1,411.90, and including 11 people that you had stated. But if we didn't include the 11, it would be 33,864. So, how do you feel about that?
I would accept whatever contribution the county sees fit to give to us. It's whatever value you place on this.
What do you guys think?
Were you thinking?
He said 49,000.
49.
I'd be okay with that.
I would be good with that.
Like I said, I don't want to tear your operation down, and we appreciate everything you do. Please don't get us wrong. And I will definitely come up there and see you guys again this year. I think it's great what you guys do. I know it's just we're just trying to figure things out too. So
I get it.
we're going to go ahead and tentatively approve it, I believe. And maybe you can take it back to your operations. And
Okay.
if you have any huge issues, let us know, and
Will do.
we'll try to go from there.
So we're at 49,385.
I make a motion that we approve Trico's budget at $49,385.
I'll second it.
Motion been moved and seconded. Any more discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 Thank you all.
Thank you, John.
Thank you, John.
Looks like Sherry here still.
I don't think you ever read the sheriff's report today. Did you want
No.
to get that?
It's been a whirlwind morning, so. The sheriff's report, June 10th, 2024, total prisoners, 66, 11 releases this past week. Total prisoners in, 65, farmed out 1, farmed in 49, total 911 calls 81, total jail contacts 4,865, total calls for service 382, total civil service papers served 15, VIN inspections 2, new cases open 16, cases closed 0, vehicle crashes 2, SRO activities 0, bailiff contacts 246, livestock out we had 6. There was something else we had. You guys want to go ahead and open up for public comment and get that out of the way? We'll go ahead and open up for public comment. If anybody has something, please come up here, state your name.
I have a request from a Miss Renee Slinkard, who's from Northwest Linn County. Wanted to do a public comment, but she had some other commitments. So if I could pass out the letter to the commissioners from her and from another resident. This is about a topic that Jim brought up earlier about chip and seal on Devon Road. And this is just their support for that effort. If the commissioners are so inclined, I'm not going to read the entire document to you. I think Jim covered it with Public Works extensively. Just the residents request that you chip seal those couple miles to give them access to 169 without having to cross railroad tracks.
And if, Sean, you check with Todd just to see what he knows about that, so what we can find out about the chip and seal, what, if he found out anything from Crawford County.
I'll report on that next week.
Okay, thanks. And that other question was if there was any grant money that we could use off of the deal on the 1095, and we were told we can't, so that was another question she had.
Do you also want an estimate of what that 2 miles would cost?
If you come up with the estimate of the 2 miles, yeah. If for chipping and sealing.
Is there any other citizens want to speak at this time? If not, we'll close it. All right, Sherry, or Jessica, is Jessica waiting to do her executive session? Is she? Okay, all right. Well, you guys want to go ahead and do Sherry?
It's fine.
Yeah.
Sherry, go ahead and come on up.
I did not hand out the park reports earlier, knowing Sherry was coming in today, but I have them here. And I think I posted them on your SharePoint also. But if you need copies, there's.
I'll go ahead and go over this park report real quick. 2004 or 24 park year-to-date report. Our receipts for May was $32,052.01. Our year-to-date, for receipts is $113,466.59. On our expenditures for the month of May was $22,655.61. And expenditures for the year are $116,764.35, which is a loss for year to date of $3,297.76.
Still catching up.
All right, Sherry, go ahead.
Okay, so you guys wanted to know about online, Sherry Loveland, Lake County Park, sorry. You wanted to know about online camping, right? Camping reservations?
Yeah.
Okay. I did webinars with two people last week. One was Firefly, which is on Andrea. And the other one, I can't think of his name. Let's go back in there.
Rover Pass.
Yes. Thank you. Okay, Firefly, I gave you more of a attachment on there. That's some of the screens on the program. Basically, it's all cloud-based. They can build you, they both are about the same, Rover or Firefly. Firefly charges $350 per every reservation they do, and that can either, we can pay that or we can pass that off to the customer, either way. They can also upload our GIS map and basically put a button on the Linn County website, which would be to go do reservations just through us on our website.
They would still charge us,
Yes, they'll
but
still charge us the
they would have the link on our website.
Yeah, there's three options basically is they can build us a website, or we can have a button that goes to our reservations off of our website, or we can join, that one is, where is that? Reserve America. It's on the next page. It also works with Reserve America for more exposure. We have to pay the Reserve America's fee, which is 10% for that, for more, I guess, more exposure. And we have to still pay Firefly $350 a transaction. So then on top of that, or again, we don't have to, we can pass it on to the customer. And then payment processors would be your credit card companies for doing the credit cards. He gave me they have three options: Clover Connect, Basis, BASYS, and Bridge Pay. And they all have different percentages. Clover Connect charges a 2.9% fee plus 10 cents per transaction and a $10 a month subscription. Sorry, I can't talk very well today, unusually. Pricing for Basis is 2.9% fee plus 25 cents per transaction and a $39 a month subscription. Bridge Pay is 2.7% plus 15 cents per transaction and $27 a month. This company already has Danny brought up something about gates last week. They work with a company called NX Tech Auto Gates, and cost the software is about $3,000, and I do not have the price on the gates yet. And you can put Airbnb through there too. They can help with boat slips. They can help with cabins, horse stalls, parking passes, pretty much anything we need. Excuse me, I'm just getting over a cold. So if you go with them, interactive with Airbnb and do Airbnb through them, they get $350 a reservation, as well as Airbnb gets their 14% that they were already getting from us. They can add on more fees for like limit it to 2 guests and then charge for more guests, more dogs than one. And this special lockout fee is somewhere then we absolutely cannot move them, but they pay $5 to be locked into that spot, and they are guaranteed they can't be moved from the spot. And we can charge more for prime full hookups, or waterfront sites. They can include all the tent sites, and they can lock out the sites we can lock the sites out for maintenance and repairs. Anyway, so that flyer I gave you is kind of, as you look at it, it shows you what they can do. Their online reservations look like, has a picture of them picking your park, and then they show a map of a park. They will either build us a map, or we could have one loaded up from Pam from GIS mapping. So basically all it is a bunch of, basically this is like a PowerPoint presentation of how the fees and the sales look and what all you can do. You can also red flag people that you don't want coming back in your park, and they won't be able to make a reservation with you. But both of these programs are similar as far as that goes. And the next one is Rover. And Rover is, okay, Rover. So I did a webinar with this guy too, but it's on Friday when I was running Marina and trying to do this. So at one point I had to kind of cut him off. I had customers to take care of. Like, I ended up giving him an hour and a half, and he still had more to tell me. They claim to be the biggest RV web management site there is. Again, same thing. They have packaging, they have marketing packages that they allow. We will list your park on our website, allowing potential guests to visit our page. And that has fees of, I didn't bring my glasses either. That's the one that he said they get a 12 or 15% commission on that one. He doesn't have it on here. But you can also make your, if it's available on the second page, you can make on their website, you can make your park come up to the very top. But to do that, you have to pay, if that spot's open, you have to pay $80 for the number 1 spot on that webpage. The second spot costs $65 a month, and the third spot, if it's open, is whatever, $55. So basically, then you're pushing yourself to the top where people see it. They all have website fees or credit card fees. This one works with Stripe, and it's a 2.9% fee plus 25 cents per transaction. They charge $3 per reservation versus $3.50 from Firefly. And they would also build you a website if you wanted a totally different website. I guess my main question, if you went this way, would you want to use a button on Linn County website to get to our reservations, or would you want to have them build a separate website? Or we can go through their programs, the Reserve America for the one, and the other one is through them, through Overpass.
Your opinion, which one do you like? Or what do you think about it? Why don't we can start from the beginning?
Want me to think about it?
What do you think about moving over to something like this?
Well, I didn't know how I felt about it. And then when I saw it, I thought it was okay, my only other qualm is that right now, we might make more money because people have to come in and like pick a spot. If they want it early for the holidays, they pay extra. We make extra money on that. So if you reserve, then you're not going to get that extra money. So that's the downside of it. Other than that, either way, I mean, I don't know, you paid 25,000 for a Ventec machine 3 years ago. That's, I don't know what we're going to do with it, but so.
Can I add to this that Chris and I spoke this week, and we had talked, the big issue with Ventec is the interface. There's nothing that allows it to talk to any of these type of competitors in booking those sites online and then reserving them on the machine. He reached out to them over the last week, and they have what's called an API. The layman's understanding of this, it's a DIY for an interface. Basically, they have something that they would charge to provide us that would allow us to build an interface to this, to maintain the Ventec, but to build our own interface to operate online services. So if that is something that you want to explore, Chris said he's willing to look at it, but understand when you talk about building the back end of this, he is not talking about something that takes weeks to do. It would take months. So.
But if we had one of these two programs, we wouldn't need the Ventec.
You couldn't use the Ventec at
Right.
the same time.
But I mean, we wouldn't have to build the interface.
Right.
It would just be obsolete technology that we would have spent 25,000 on that we're no longer using.
And that gate system that the Firefly can provide, if you're serious about that. Again, I don't know what the gates cost and what to maintain them costs. Sean might have a better idea from Tanglewood, but yeah, you still have to buy that $3,000 worth of software too for that.
Do you feel like that would make your job a lot easier? Do you think it would help?
The gates?
Mhm.
I don't know. I think you're going to have problems with somebody gets mad and runs through them, or I don't
We
know.
got jail for that. They can go to jail for that. They can go to jail for that.
Right?
Then we get a little more money out of them.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I know there's people that sneak in and don't pay, but you'd be surprised by how many people are honest too and go ahead and pay just because they like the facilities. But I'm sure there's people that, probably mostly fishermen is my guess, that come in and don't pay because they're in the camping spot. I know that they haven't paid from my printout. Parking's different and we go around and write tickets too. So we do get some of that back. But once we're gone at night, we have no control over who comes in there.
Right.
Right.
Was there a monthly charge for credit cards with Rover?
Yeah, that Stripe, it's on the second page, 2.9% plus 25 cents a transaction.
But no monthly? 'Cause
Well, depends that's just if they put a button out there for us and we put it on our website. You're gonna have more money involved. As you can, down below on the website, it says the website build is free. The only cost to you is $24.99 per month to maintain your website. Is that what you need?
Yes.
Okay.
I wasn't correlating those two together.
Plus the $3.50 or the $3. With them, it's $3, Rover Pass. No, that was Rover Pass. Yeah. And they hook you up. Which one hooks you up? One of them hooks you up with Reserve America. Was that the other one? Might be the other one. It is the other one. They hook you up with Reserve America. Firefly does, and this one hooks you up with their own webpage.
So how do we see this benefiting us? A more streamlined process for reservations? We're not gonna have to manage it quite as much? Is that,
Well, I think we could focus on other things rather than having to go around and write tickets and. I mean, how do you implement a ticket? I'll just throw it away. I mean, how do you do that?
How do you do
How
what?
do you implement a ticket that they get up there at the park?
Right now,
Yeah.
they get a ticket out of the Ventec machine.
And if they don't pay it, what happens? Nothing?
If they don't pay it, I go by and ask them why they haven't paid, or we put a ticket on their truck if it's out in the parking lot.
he's saying their truck in the parking lot, how do they pay their ticket? Do they get paid? Like if you have somebody who's not supposed to be there, who hasn't paid for parking,
Right,
and you go around and write them a ticket,
right.
how is that process?
We put a ticket under their windshield wiper and then they almost always come in and pay. Some of them drive off and don't pay, but most of them pay. Some of them say they don't know, the kiosk is there, or they say, well, I didn't know you had to pay. So I probably made them more aware of the fact they need to pay over the years I've been running it, because I'm pretty on to them about paying their parking when I'm there.
But, and I think, as a manager of the park, you should be focusing on other things rather than have to deal with that type of stuff.
Well, what do you mean? Because like Robert's going out with a knee replacement tomorrow. He's going to be gone 12 weeks and I'm going to be running the brush hog. So,
That's what I'm saying. Like,
and I run the Marina half of the time.
right.
She's gone on Thursday and Friday and I run it. She leaves early on Wednesday. I leave early on Mondays so that we don't have overtime on Friday and Saturday.
That's what I'm saying. I think
So,
we're going to eliminate
yeah.
a lot of extra stuff on you guys. You don't have to go around to every single camping spot and make sure that everybody's following the rules that we have posted on our website or wherever it's at.
Right, and the only way you would know that is the same as now, unless you put a gate up and the gates reads license plates, this Linux or whatever it was. Otherwise, somebody could come in the park anyway and park their camper, and then we still have to check whether they paid or not. I mean, I'm still gonna have to patrol to see that there isn't somebody sitting in a spot that hasn't been paid for without a gate. With a gate, that would be different, but do you see what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
What do you guys think?
Well, with the gate, how will we know? I mean, if somebody wants in just to be as a day visitor or
For a
versus.
day visitor, you have to pay for it anyway, don't you?
Come in for the day? Yeah, they have to pay $5.
And then end up staying through the weekend, is what I'm saying, and nobody's there, then.
Oh, once they get in with a
Once
paying a
they're in.
parking pass, and they get in with their license tag, how do we know they aren't in there or not?
Right.
Not. The only thing I could do is what I do now, which is go around and look for the camping spots, which I would have to do this too.
So with the gate, you'd basically have to do the same thing, you could, or?
Yeah, it's not gonna change anything.
But wouldn't you just, I mean, if you were at a day, wouldn't you just get on your online reservations on this Firefly or Fly
Firefly.
and just change it to a overnight stay and then reserve your spot? And then
I don't know if you could
reservations
do
would
that. They
change?
might have to then just pay for their camping if they're gonna stay overnight. They change their mind if that's what you mean.
So through the weekends now, I mean, with nobody there, can they come in and stay the weekend and leave? I mean,
We got people there on Saturday and Sunday.
through the winter though, we don't, right?
No,
I mean,
no. But not very many people come through in the winter. Very few. Most of the ones that are there are the long-term residents, the ones that live there. Long-term.
or
campers.
fishermen, I suppose, come on.
Yeah, fishermen come, duck hunters come. Yeah. We still get some, people coming in. And if the weather's good, I had people there till almost the end of December last year. Then they left, and I have to be careful of hydrants in the winter too. They'll hook up and they're not insulated, and if it freezes, I don't want broken hydrants. So I spend a lot of time in the winter dropping notes on people's campers telling them they have to unhook their hose and shut their hydrant down at night or when it gets below freezing. So.
So it would fix one problem, but not every problem. Right?
What problem do you think? I mean, you don't see a benefit to it?
No, yes, I'm saying there's a benefit. That's why I said it would fix one problem. So it would fix our online reservations.
It catches up to time, 2024. It'd alleviate a lot of issues with her running around with her head chopped off. I don't know if you do, but it sounds like you have a lot of things under your wing that you have to do, and I don't think that's.
But I thought the way we discussed it there, it wasn't going to eliminate those things. 'Cause
My
they could
job.
still come in, even if we had a gate.
Well, the one nice feature and I think it was the Firefly, the
It's
other
the
night.
fifth month of the year, and we're negative $3,000 in the account, and we haven't even included the lagoons. We haven't included her benefits. I'm sure there's a lot of other things we haven't included. So if we want to do that, let's get into it.
What benefits? Employee benefits?
Yeah,
Are you going to start including those in my budget?
I'm going to include. I don't know what we do and don't include in here. I know we're negative $3,000, so I'm trying to
All
figure
truck-
it out.
Is all vehicle and expense in this too? I mean, for your vehicle and everything's in this,
My vehicle?
Anything that we charge to the park budget goes in there.
but I mean, your
I
vehicle,
get, yeah, the fuel for my truck is, but I pay a fee every month for having a county truck.
but I mean, is it up the expense all in here? Is what
Yes.
I'm saying, that is for the fuel and everything for the
Oh,
truck?
yeah, and we're using a lot of fuel right now, trying to get that water out of that other lagoon. We've been using a lot of fuel this year, so we're gonna be higher on our fuel than normal. Pumping water out of those sewer lagoons, so. And that's gone in that budget. And the pumps that I had to buy, and the hoses I had to buy.
Do you not see a benefit for it, Jason?
I do. I'm not,
No, I'm just throwing out ideas. I don't know what's right or wrong way to do it. I'm just trying to figure it out.
I do see the benefit, the same
I
one
know
that
we had
you
it- there was a-
mentioned there. I don't see how it's going to save her time as well. I'm just saying that it solves a problem, but not every problem. That's all I'm saying, Danny, is
And is it worth the cost? So, I mean, that's something I got to think about besides, does that mean that you want like the long-term campers on there too, and they'll just pay that way too? Or the long-term residents, the ones that are over in that live there? Because that would be a $3.50 or a $3 increase in rent to them every too. It's a pretty big poke.
I would think we'd want to manage our long-term the same way we have been, so that we're not.
The way we are. They pay inside the marina. They don't pay at the kiosks, so.
So if you put up a gate that reads tags, is it also going to read, like, say you've got long-term people? If their tag is not entered through this system, can you set it up to read their tag so they can get in and out too?
Yeah, we would just leave them open probably on the program. That would be my suspicion. That as long as they were there paying their rent, when the rent's paid, it's gonna move on over to, I guess.
Now, how would you do it with like your long-term renters with visitors to them? How would that work? At the
I guess
gate?
they have to pay for parking to get in. That would be the only thing I can think of.
And now they don't, they just come if it's a visitor.
They do, if they're gonna stay, they're supposed to pay, if they stay over an hour, they're supposed to pay for parking.
So
It depends on the circumstances, like I had a gentleman who was passing away and I didn't charge his family because they're coming to see him, so. Most of the time, yeah, they do. Seems like they should be able to have a visitor though without, okay.
So when the like people ride the horse trails and they come in there and camp and ride the horse trails, what do we charge them?
Same, $5. Some of them buy year passes. Just 30 or 20, depending on you're from Linn County or not. 20 for Linn County, 30 for anybody else. If they stay overnight, they pay a $9 campsite, or I guess it's 12 now, I raised it. So $12 to stay overnight.
Sean, you have something to say?
I was just going to add to the conversation that if you'll check my agenda, Chris and I spoke about Wi-Fi options. And in looking at the 4 options, the most doable and reliable option, there is a line that comes through the old bathhouse down to those permanent campsites. Setting up a service and running the Wi-Fi for the cabins from that location would be $115 a month. It would be another charge just like we pay for our internet service at the Marina. But at that $115 a month, we could start from that point and push the Wi-Fi out with the equipment that we have, and it would be more reliable throughout the park. Just because you're considering costs and pricing and things that affect the park, that 115, we would have to raise cabin rates in order to recoup that money. Also, you asked me to reach out, and I sent a email and spoke with J.R. Linn, who's one of the property managers for Evergy. And he asked for written documentation to send to their risk management and legal team in reference to your swimming requests. So however, that's all I had for the park, but however that affects your conversations, those are the 2 things I had.
Would we be able to sell Wi-Fi at the campsites?
They'd have to pay, you're saying, for the Wi-Fi? That I don't know. I'd have to find that out for you. I don't know. Do you?
If we put in the second service with other equipment from the Marina pushing to nearby campsites, and in the future from the bathhouse pushing out to more than the cabins, yes, that's a possibility, but we're talking about down the road and with other equipment.
Okay.
What I'm talking about, we have the equipment for, and the 115 would service the cabins.
You guys got any thoughts? I would like to see us move forward with something. Try the Firefly and figure out the gate system.
You want me to get prices on gates?
I think we'd have to do that and see what we need to raise the prices to. What are we at, $11 a day now, or what is it? For just a 1-night camp?
Oh, no. Like RV camping?
Yeah, what's RV per night?
It runs for $16 to $20 a night.
So we'd have to raise all that to justify these prices, right?
Well, it'd just be like doing an Airbnb or anything else. It would be an extra fee that they would have to agree to when they went through, and they, you know what I'm saying? The
Oh, it would
extra
be an
fees on
add-on.
Airbnb that are built in when you build them in, it'd be
Right.
similar to that. And then that $350 would be on there basically as like a service charge or something. I don't know.
So like for demand, like, so on 4th of July, would the Firefly raise our rates per night per campsite?
4th of July is not a popular time at the park.
Oh.
Memorial Day and Labor Day are. We got peak rates on the cabins for those right now. 4th of July, we don't allow fireworks. So Not only people that really come are people that have dogs that are afraid of fireworks, or we don't have a big crowd on 4th of July.
But like, but this website would it raise and lower on the request for the demand of the campsites?
Well, we could charge more for like the waterfront sites or the full hookup sites than probably what we're charging now, because those would be considered like prime sites where people want to be. And you could price whatever site at whatever price you want in those programs. So, I can make one 25 and leave the other one at 20. I mean, that's all I can say about that, really. Price them however you want. But we also have to go out there and we got to measure every site and figure out how long the campers are, because they have measurements built into their lots. When the site goes for rent, it tells you how big this site is and how many slide outs you can have. So we will have to go through 113 RVs, well, minus the long termers. So we'd have to go through about 100 sites and measure them all and make sure we have the length and the width and all that correct for people renting them.
You guys got anything?
So the only added cost we would be incurring would be the transaction fees.
That can be passed off to the person too. You mean that 2.9% plus that can be passed off to them too? That's up to us. They said you choose which way you want to do it.
Okay.
So you can pass that on to them. The one that would be passed off to us is if we decide to go with one of their websites, and then we have to pay that monthly, 22, whatever it was.
Yeah, the
$22.89.
$10.39.
Yeah, we would probably have to incur that because you're not going to be able to.
I'd like to see us start moving forward on the plan, get, hard numbers and go from there. What do you guys think?
We're gonna look at the numbers. I mean, it looks like it's gonna be a lot of money, but we can look at it. There's a lot of unanswered questions like the gate. How will we let people in and out,
Well, I'd have to recognize the workers' license plates too. To let
Right.
us in and out. So there must be a way.
Mhm.
Again, I haven't gotten that far into it with him.
Oh, I'm sure it can be figured out. It's just,
So define what the gate's gonna be, look at the cost of it. And see if we can make this all work together.
I think so. Yeah.
So go forward, getting more pricing.
I would say too, I mean, the big player in this is Evergy, to what we can do in it too, once we, to extend the swimming area and whatever, without a huge cost.
Definitely.
Sounds like we've reached out to them, so.
What's your thoughts on having somebody come in and run the marina?
Well, I don't see the real purpose in it, to be honest, because we use it as an office and I won't be able to see what's going on in the park. I'll be up on the hill talking about putting us up in the shop. The only thing, if you put a gate up there, I guess it would be good to be able to be around it, but I right now know what's going on down in the park, right? So you put me up there. But then also the expense of remodeling up there, is it worth it to do that? And you're thinking like rent the marina out to someone else, right? And have someone else run it.
I'm just throwing out ideas. I'm not there every day. I'm just asking questions.
Well, I'm just trying to figure out what
And that would be ideal, yeah.
purpose would be, I guess, is why you think, why did you suggest that?
Because I think there's other stuff that we could focus on besides selling food in the marina. Managing the park, figuring out ways to make it better.
Oh, good. I don't know. not against it, I'm not for it, I just think it's a lot of extra expense when you're already set up down below. You're gonna have to move, you're gonna have to move everything up there. Landlines and everything else, I would assume, but don't know, it'd be fairly expensive to do. I'd rather have a new roof on the shelter, or some of my cabinets would need new roofs, so. Some of the decks are starting to look really bad, they're gonna have to be replaced or rebuilt.
You guys got any input?
So there's just a question on the Marina stuff. You're talking like if you had someone else to sell goods that we sell now in the Marina instead of us running it.
Then
Okay,
we
so
run-
who knows what our income would be or how someone else would promote it. But if you look at the last full calendar year we had between Marina sales and Marina food sales, the total was about $23,000 for the year. I don't know where you're going to find anybody that's going to want to come in and put in a business to do that.
what did we, I mean, what did it cost us to purchase all that food? What did it cost us to run the marina, have somebody sit in there and do all that? Do we have an expense on it?
Not specifically to the Marina, no.
I don't see how we can compare that to what we've brought in. What would you say, 20 what?
23.
About 23,000 for all of last year just for Marina sales.
So we don't know what it costs to do all that?
Well, it's going to depend on how you want to split up our people's time and how much of it you charge off to that, because they're doing other things too. But my point in that was, if your gross sales out of the Marina are only 23,000 a year, where are you going to find anyone that wants to come in and put it in business to do that? That's not enough to be worth their while.
And that's not even taking your difference of what your commodities that you bought out of
Yeah.
$23,000, what the net profit is.
200%, so.
I mean, I'm thinking more or less bait and tackle rather than food sales. I mean, have food in there, but mainly focus on bait and tackle.
But that's part of the Marina sales that shows up in there now, right? That's about half of it.
Yeah.
Last year was non-food.
I've stated enough ideas. Anybody else got anything for her?
I don't.
I don't either have anything to say, really.
While we're still in the park, do you have any thoughts or recommendations on the Wi-Fi?
I don't know.
We have Wi-Fi in the cabins right now.
No.
We never did put it in. Okay.
We made efforts to run it through conduit, which failed. Then our next effort was going to be running it from location to location. And that's where we explored these options. We explored having it piped up from the marina underground or running it off the roof line, but the signal strength was not desirable with all the tree and the foliage. So the next solution that was available was getting a service there at the old bathhouse and shooting directly over to the cabins.
So when we talked about the TVs a year ago, they're still not in there in the cabins?
There are no TVs in the cabins.
What do you guys think? Sean, what do you think? I
I think if we passed along the cost of that service and pushed it out, that this is the quickest way to provide a reliable service and get those things that you want in there. And it's doable. Where our prior efforts to get it there were the lowest cost, but the most risky, which did not pay off.
I'm kind of like Danny. I thought it was in there. I thought we'd talked about that quite a while back and that was there.
So, yeah.
I think it would be a benefit to the cabins as far as their ability to be rented out. Everything that way.
I agree, yeah.
I think we should have it in there.
All right, so, all right, slow down for me, I guess. So state this one more time. So there's no internet. Okay, that's news. Okay, now go on. We can do what?
Okay, basically, the line that goes to the marina, if you were to draw a line with the marina down here, the old bathhouse, the cabins, that line comes through there. All we have to do is set up a service. Basically, the line that we need passes through that building or by that building. We set up a service, we pay $115 a month, and we pipe it from there remotely over the cabins direct.
So what was our initial plan?
Our initial plan was to run it from the marina up to the bathhouse via antenna or remote, and then pipe it over to the cabins. But then we made efforts to try to find out how much signal strength would be there if we ran it all wireless. And we're still at the point where we're trying to find a reliable solution, and we've come up with this as the solution. Start at the old bathhouse with a new service, pass on that to the customer, and pipe it wireless over to the cabins.
And this will take how long?
I can't answer to how long. It will be a lot faster than any other solution we've had with this problem.
So
And Chris has already looked up the TVs and their capabilities and which ones we should implement, which ones have guest services similar to hotels and what the costs are. So we would be, if you approve this, we would be coming to you with the rest of the solution fairly quickly.
So he's talking about a big enough Wi-Fi service that it can handle streaming TVs in multiple cabins at the same time.
It would be the same as the marina service that we have. I believe it's 100 meg. Now, would you be able to have 6 people in each cabin? No, you'd have to limit the number of users per cabin. But yes, Chris is telling me that this would be enough service to operate that.
Yeah. I thought it was already done, but I think it's a must, yeah. Kind of like the online reservation, I think it's a must. It's going to cost us how much to do it, you said?
115 per month.
No other equipment purchases or just the 150?
We have the equipment from my understanding, to do it wireless. The only thing we'd have to do is then pick up the TVs and put them in the cabins. So whatever equipment cost we have would be then passed on to the customer, and we come in with a recommendation of what the new cabin fee would be.
And we don't know how long this will take or when we can start.
We can start as soon as you give me approval, as far as calling the company, telling them to start with the installation of that. But as far as the project completion time, I will give you a direct and hard answer next week, because I'm going to have to get with IT and find out how long to get the TVs and how long to get everything set up. But as far as I said, as far as the reliability and the solution to this problem, this is probably, from what we've discussed with Chris and I, this is the doable solution, but it does pass a cost over to the customer. But when you talk about Wi-Fi services in a remote area and phone capabilities and things of that nature, it does make them more attractive and the cost isn't going to be prohibitive.
I'm all for it.
I think we should do it.
I'm good with it.
I'll get it set up.
You guys want to go ahead and do the executive session with Jessica for trade secrets for 10 minutes?
Sure.
I'll make a motion that we go in executive session with Jessica Hightower for trade secrets for 10 minutes.
I'll second it.
Coming back at 12:22. That's my motion. We got a second. Motion been moved and second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, we have no action. Sean, are you ready to come back up?
Okay, you have the road shop foreman reports, the service request reports. I assume for brevity, you've got those. Do you want me to read any of that?
I've looked at it.
How, the plan we came up with last week, how's that working out? And what have they been doing?
Well, you've seen they've got ditch work going in several areas, and they've also been working on trying to complete roadways as they come to them. We've had some equipment breakdowns that have been difficult to get over. Like I said, 3 of the graders went down. We probably won't get them all back in service. We've got 1 back in service. 1 should be coming back today, and possibly 1 later in the week.
What happened with the fifth wheel plate? Where are we at with that?
It's ordered and it should be here whenever the delivery takes place. I don't know what the delivery time on it is.
What did we get?
We ended up getting a plate very similar to the one you sent me, but it was the plate that was from the same manufacturer that didn't have to have add-on adapters, for lack of a better term. But they
Price pretty good.
But yes, they were similar in price, but the adapters, having the same manufacturer, meant we didn't have to buy extra adapters and things for them. So, but they were similar in price and outfitting.
Must have it back on. The truck was going this morning.
It could possibly be. I know that South Shop was planning on doing ditch work on Scott and Reed Roads early this week. So
Is the skid steers and the track hose and the front wheel loader, everything's being utilized right now to get everything up to par for as far as ditches and things like that?
they are using all the equipment with the operators they have available to try to accomplish that. I can't tell you which piece of equipment's being used where.
Okay.
You had an assistance application. If you're willing to consider that, I sent it to you in your packet.
What is it they're asking for?
A culvert for Zook Lane. This is the Kansas Historical Society at the Meridazine State Historic Site. They're asking for labor materials, and I think I also sent the email saying that the material cost by the state were already pre-approved. They're asking for a culvert to be installed at that location to control water flow and damage to the lane or roadway leading to the massacre site.
Which we'll be reimbursed by them? Is that?
Yes, Typically, in the past, we've been reimbursed by them for road maintenance and rock for that site, and we've had no issues whatsoever at that site for the billing and the request. And as I said, this maintenance request was pre-approved already on their end.
You guys have thoughts on it?
Don't mind doing it, but I think we've got a lot of other things right now to take care of.
Is there a date that,
June or July 2024.
why am I not coming up?
I believe before the end of the July date, we'll be doing culvert maintenance and repairs anyway, and that this wouldn't be a large impediment to those operations.
So we'll just do the work and then they'll reimburse us. That's,
Sorry.
so we'll just do the work and then they'll reimburse us the cost?
Yep. We'll do the work and bill them and they'll reimburse it.
And you think we can get to it at the end of July?
Believe you're looking at June or July of 24. I believe we should be able to complete that timeline. We should be doing culverts in that area sometime well before then.
I have no issue with it.
I don't either.
I'm good with it.
So we need a motion to tentatively approve it, or what do you want to do?
Motion for the chair to sign, I think. The only signature required.
I'll make a motion that we enter into an assistance agreement with the Kansas Historical Society for the Meridazine Historic Site for road maintenance on Zook Lane, and allow the chair to sign.
Also,
Motion been moved and seconded. Any more discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
As I said before in one of our earlier discussions, we're looking at the Foley Customer Value Agreement for Road Grader 322 out of the Mountain City shop, which has roughly 6,500 hours. It's a 2013 unit. Two versions of the agreement to consider. One that we do labor, or one include labor, or I'm sorry, let me start back. Neither of which include labor. Both are for the next 6,000 hours, 24 services. The first version is only for parts, no oil, and it's $568.77. The second includes oil at $1,021.49. And both of these include the service that we'd spoke about before for Vision Link for this piece of equipment. Although the amount is within my spending limit, again, this is an agreement that I'm asking for your consent to sign because it does lock us in for those 24 services for those items.
that's for each service.
Per service.
And the only difference is one's for parts and one's has parts and oil.
Correct.
And this one, we don't have on a program where they provide oils and filters or whatever it was.
No.
Thought?
I think we can utilize our own mechanics myself.
Our mechanics would be the ones performing these tasks, right?
Yes, this would provide us the oil and the parts only.
It's not cheaper for us just to go pick up the parts and oil that we need?
I don't have a price from those items, but with a 20% discount from the counter price from those and the Vision Link, I don't know that we're going to get those services for that price.
Can we figure out, I mean, we don't know what it's gonna save us or cost us or say,
Well, if we buy the parts and things through Foley, obviously there's a 20% discount from the over the counter. And then the diagnostics, the Vision Link's $120 plus for each year. So
there's some thoughts?
And there's no escalator on the contract. I mean, we're locking in those parts for the next 24 services.
correct.
Like there could be some savings in that as well.
Do we go to Foley right now to buy our oil and filters for that machine?
We bulk order some oil, hydraulics and other things, but we buy quite a bit of our parts and oils through Foley.
Twenty percent on the 568 would be about $120 or $113 for the.
Is that just engine oil or what is it? Engine, air, filters, what? Everything or?
It's whatever it calls for the service. And I believe by reading this, the 20% off the over-the-counter price for oil and parts with our mechanics doing the labor, also including the Vision Link, may only include the Vision Link for the second version of the service, the oil and parts agreement.
we feel this is going to be that we need this. I mean, this is,
That's correct. I believe it's a good decision, not only for the cost and the products, but also to apply Vision Link back to that piece of equipment.
I feel like we had warranties and maintenance contracts and everything that's kind of going all over the place on a lot of different machines. Am I wrong?
We had buybacks on some of the machines that were 7 years, 7,000 hours. But we didn't implement those buybacks on those machines.
I thought we had the service agreements on some of
Yeah, I
them.
thought we had I thought we had a service agreement where they come down and change oil or,
I believe you may have a service agreement on, if I'm correct, 2 to 3 of those machines.
I'd like to see you come back and tell us exactly what we got on all of them as far as the service agreements, so we know what we got. Look at it that way.
yeah, I'm just kind of a little all over the place on what's what, why we have what we have on what and whatnot.
I'm good with that.
Because I don't really know.
I think we ought to look at what service agreements we got and what equipment and what, and look at that to see what we got as far as the graders.
I'll bring it in on all the greater equipment. We had a credit application or request from Mulberry Concrete. They're demolishing a house in Pleasanton and would like to have a credit account so that they can be billed for dumping fees instead of paying as they go. This would be a similar procedure to the commercial haulers, but we need commission approval for that. And they submitted this application.
Did we call their references?
I was not here when that was set up. I'll have to check.
They're doing this for an individual or what?
I can't tell you who they're demolishing the house for, but it's a company, Marbury Concrete, that's making the request.
Somebody in the county, I guess, is what it is in
Pleasanton.
Okay.
He's just wanting to charge account at the landfill. So
Just
his
want a charge account rather than be billed each time they hit the scales.
Jason's a good contractor and he did all the concrete work around here. I think he's a pretty credible guy. I mean, I'd be okay with it. Yeah, for sure. I'd make a motion that we accept the credit application from Mulberry Concrete for a charge account at the Linn County landfill.
So you know him.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll second that motion.
Motion been moved and seconded. Any more discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
I spoke to Chris about the Wi-Fi at the county park. Once the Wi-Fi goes in by the service provider, he's 3 weeks or less on the implementation of those services to the cabins. And that's weather controlling is the reason for the window. Johnny and Carl took the side-by-side to Wichita to have the sprayer put in and train on the controls. They can bring it in next week if you'd like. It was around and being pulled today. I saw it go by today as well.
You want to look at it?
Yeah, I don't see why we didn't bring it in. And
I personally don't need, I think we got places we need to be spraying it. I've
Not showing it off.
I've left him 2 messages the last 2 weeks and I haven't seen them sprayed yet. We've got plenty of thistle to spray. I don't think we need to have him in here with it right now. I mean, we can look at it on a snowy day.
Okay.
yeah, but is it?
I'm fine with that.
Yeah, I'm good with that too.
Okay. I have one sealed bid on the transportation van.
This is for buying it, purchasing it.
Correct.
So this is for the transportation van that we put in the newspaper, right?
That's correct.
2011. Janet Jackson offers 1,500.
How does that, do we get the 15 or how does that?
We get 100% of the first 5,000, and everything after that, we would get a percentage of, or have to pay a percentage of.
So we'd get it all.
What's the van valued at right now? Do we know?
What its current value is, I can't assess what the current value is. I can tell you it's the oldest van in our fleet, and although it has a lot of reliability and a lot of factors, we have spent quite a bit of maintenance time on air units and other things on it and the one previous to it.
So what's our options here? We can accept this 1,500 to sell it to Janet Jackson, or what can we do?
Well, you could survey it as surplus and try to get another bid, but I think if you put it out for public sale, did you have a reserve? Did you set a minimum?
No.
But we can deny any bids.
My understanding is that you can deny any bid and opt to auction it on Purple Wave or something else, but I'm not sure that it's going to bring a lot more than that.
And we shouldn't consider keeping it in the fleet.
I wouldn't. We are in, as far as our transportation program, we are in a lot better shape than most counties as far as equipment. We have 2 very new serviceable vehicles that are working well.
What do you guys think?
I'm not for keeping it in their fleet.
I suppose you could donate it. You could find some worthy cause, like Trico, if they could benefit from it, that might make them happy or make them hate your guts. Depending on what kind of shape the van is in. They'd use it. They use those types of vans, I'm sure.
Yeah. Jason?
Fine, let it go.
I'm okay with accepting the 1,500. Jim?
I'm good with it.
I'll make a motion that we accept the $1,500 for the 2011 transportation van from Janet Jackson.
I'll second it.
Motion to move and second. Any more discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Commissioners, aside from your direction on Waddle, or 900 and Waddles, that's all I had for you today.
Are you guys opposed to meeting out there on site? Taking a look at it with the engineer?
Not opposed.
Jim? Maybe we can submit questions we have prior to next week and try to get them answered before we go on site.
You'd like the engineer to meet us on site at that location?
I would like to fix it the cheapest possible way. Right now, if it's a temporary fix, I'd like to fix the very cheapest way that somebody thinks that we can do it. And if it's going to be temporary, where we're putting a bridge in, I don't want to dig it all up, put a band on it. Go to 3 to 5 days worth of work if we can temporarily fix it
To allow traffic,
pardon me,
to allow some traffic.
allow traffic go on and use, temporary till we decide what we're going to do with the box culvert.
I would like to get the road back open.
Me too.
Hey, would you like me to schedule a time for the engineer to meet us out there
You
next
guys
week?
good with that? And I would like to know from him if we are able to go back with exactly what's there and why we can't.
I'm sure he can explain that better than I, but I'll set it up.
Okay.
So do we just want to meet out there Monday and start meeting there? How can we do that, David?
May depend on when the engineer can meet too.
Find out when, if an engineer can Monday, and we can go out there afterwards, can't we?
Yeah, after would probably be better. Yeah.
Mayor,
I can work with David and try to get something that'll fit in.
Yeah, I mean, we just need to review what's coming up and find a time, but said we can work together.
See if he can get us an appointment with him Monday and work around it.
Works for me.
Thank you, commissioners.
Well, I do have something on the senior center. I couldn't get a for sure answer on helping on that floor. And I went by there yesterday to make sure it didn't flood because the ground's a little higher away from the building than it is next to the building.
Pleasanton.
Yeah, it's about 5 inches higher. So the water's been running down into it. And Sean and I kind of discussed it. Pretty easy fix there, but as a floor on the inside, I couldn't get a for sure answer on them helping us to finish it. So can we not just scrape those tiles up with an electric scraper, sand the floor down a little bit, and put a floor paint on it and get moving?
You saying stars won't help us finish it, is what you're saying?
Yeah, they couldn't give me a really for sure answer. It was, yeah.
The effort's been made to do that once before with mechanically pulling those tiles up and it didn't work. That's why the floor leveler was applied to it. To try to level it out prior to installation.
What are those glue stick down?
The front, what I'm calling the front, the west end of it wouldn't come up, and they tried what you're talking about, mechanically stripping those tiles. It wasn't working, so a floor leveler was applied to level out the floor surface so that the flooring could be put in.
Well, who did that work?
The floor leveling, we've got stars.
What else needs to be done in there?
Flooring in the door.
The door, can that wait?
Not for occupancy, no.
Well, how did the door even come about?
The north door had not only where that water that we're talking about was coming in on that side, but also had issues as far as a seal. We had a door to replace it, so I went ahead and asked that it be replaced. My lack of understanding of the fire code said that when I talked to Randy about it, the door has to swing out and has to have fire hardware on it. So incorrectly, I applied the wrong door to it and it needs replaced.
And nothing over here at the old jail at that front entryway or any of those doors will work?
No, we've looked at that option before.
So do we have a door on order? Because those things kind of take a little while.
Randy was getting prices last I knew. I'll confirm with him, but he was getting 3 prices from vendors.
Where's the old door at?
The old door was thrown in the container and hauled away when the new one was put in.
So we have
And can Randy finish the floor?
Could at his normal hourly rate is what he told me, yes.
Should we go ahead and have that done? Get him to do those things, get this finished and off our plate?
I'd still, I want to get it done. Whatever, I get phone calls about it every day. I don't know. Their old building had covers over the doorway had extension cords right now. We've held up this project for 6 months over some floors. I just want to get them in there. I don't care how we do it. So we're still over a month out.
I would have to confirm with Randy about what his timeline is to get the floor in. But if you're asking me to schedule him to do that, I'll get you a timeline on it.
What do you guys think?
I think we need to get it done.
So they can't occupy that building until that front door is fixed.
The north door, that's correct.
And that's fire code.
That's my
You have
understanding.
to have a certain door within a certain distance of each other or something, or I'm confused on what.
Panic hardware.
What?
It's got to open out and have panic hardware or be
Can
a
we shut the
fire.
door off? Because there's an exit out the back.
It's a solid deadbolt system in the back. It's no better than, my understanding, I can check into it, but my understanding is that that's not the right type of door either. It's basically got a handle and a deadbolt, and you got to force the thing open. It's not got any type of panic hardware on it.
And neither does our courthouse, does it? I guess it does now, right? And so the fire chief won't let us in there because of that.
It's not that he won't let us in there. We have to have an occupancy, and it'll go through after they get in there, we'll go through an inspection for the services or food services that they have in there. But for an occupancy, Randy has been trying to work with me to get
How did the old building pass then?
I'm sorry?
How'd the old building pass anything?
The old building was very similar to this. It just push out, open the door during occupancy. It didn't have a lock. You just shoved it.
The church building?
No, I'm talking about the old door in the building that we're in. The old building, the occupancy in the church, I can't, that predates me. I can't.
So we can't just say, shut this door down and we will fix it later and get them in there.
I can ask Randy, but I quite honestly don't know that that would be a solution, or he'd probably have offered it to me.
Is this an exit door from the main room where people would be?
Yes,
Is there another exit directly out of that room?
Yeah.
yes, to the front or to the west.
And then there's an exit out the back of the building too, the south. That's why I'm confused why we can't just,
I can inquire about it and see if we can, while I'm talking to Randy Page about the flooring, I will inquire of our fire chief if there's another solution for that doorway to get it open quicker.
and them are the only two things that are keeping people out of there.
That's correct.
But as far as the floor, if we got this door figured out, we can go ahead and put them in there with the floor being the way it is. It's just a concrete floor, right? What's that going to hurt?
It's pretty rough. It's tile, then floor leveler, and then more tile areas, but I'm not for sure that it would be able to be cleaned enough the way it is to pass any food service license. It's pretty dusty.
So we're going to talk to Randy about giving us a bid, I guess, or what?
He's already told us that, and I believe I gave you a number of days that it would take him at $30 an hour for the hourly rate within, I believe, and this is well before I left.
Why
months
wasn't
ago.
this all on our weekly update on what's going on?
About the senior center?
Yeah, the
Oh,
floor.
because I just Well, I don't know. I just
The
talked to,
floor and the door, I mean, I guess, why wasn't it on there? Because this is the first I've heard about this.
I talked to them this morning. That's why I was,
I know, but I'm just saying, why wasn't that on our weekly update?
I had put it there in the past and spoke on it, and then Commissioner McCullough was handling it, so I didn't have it on the agenda. Same as the other items that any one of you would have taken control of. I didn't speak on them.
It's confusing me that like Danny has to take control over it.
He requested to make contact with Stars. I'd made a recommendation to have Randy do the flooring at an earlier meeting, and he requested to allow him to make contact with them.
and I feel like that we got the short end of the stick with the agreement with Stars, which is irritating to me.
You what?
I feel like we got the short end of the stick with Stars and the agreement we had. So, yeah, that's all I'm going to say about that. So, guess we'll move forward with getting. Can we have it done before the beginning of July?
If you want me to go ahead, because we already have an hourly rate, to ask Randy to get it done and start on it, I will ask him to do that and get a timeline for when he's going to complete it.
And it's just a floating floor, right?
Whether you call it LBA or whatever, that long plank
Oh yeah.
laminate.
And so the bathroom's done. Correct?
The walls and the paint and everything in the bathroom had been completed last I knew. The fans and the lights, the toiletries ready to go in as soon as the floor's in.
Is there a water issue, I guess, Danny? I mean, need something fixed there?
No, the ground's just a little bit higher than the seal plate on the building and the pad. And if you get a torrential downpour, if the gutters can't keep up, it'll kind of settle right there. And they got a little bit of water in there at one time.
It passed through the seal plate, yeah.
But I think that's an easy fix. We just trench a little tiny line and be done with it. It's not a huge deal.
Something we better fix.
Yeah.
You wouldn't want the water to go below the seal plate and under the flooring.
Before we put the floor in, should we fix it? Is what my question is. I guess if we put this floor in, we don't want water running underneath it.
I think it's a half a day fix with a skid steer and
What I'm saying is, should we do it before we put the floor in it? So
yeah, I think it's an item that needs to be done before the floor. Yeah, but I don't think we should hold up on the floor just because of that. Because like I said, I went in there yesterday and looked through the windows and I have a key, but there was no water in there. We got a pretty good amount of rain. It looked like over the weekend here.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I wasn't here, but I assumed we did. So, and I didn't see any water. So I guess what I'm saying is I don't think we should hold up the floor just because of that. And I got videos and stuff I can show Sean and I've kind of a fix for that. So all it is a little bit of dirt and positive drainage. So I would like to push to try to get in there before July.
Okay. I will get with Randy and find out what his timeline is on getting the flooring completed. And I will also inquire about the doors that he was pricing out.
Okay. Anything else for Sean?
I don't have you.
I don't have anything.
I mean, I have a lot, but I'm tired. David, you got anything?
Nope.
Mark?
Nothing.
You guys?
Nope.
All right, I'll make a motion to adjourn.
I'll second it.
Motion, second, all in favor?
Aye.